They said the truth won't survive beside the lies that maintain the decaying faces of display. Pill ill, y'all niggas better listen. I'm black 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 pill, I'm ill with this will. 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 I'm black pill, I'm ill with this will.
Welcome to a new episode, people. Let me see if I can add somebody on.
Yo, what's good, man?
Oh, JP, what's up, man?
No, man, I was at work yesterday, man, and where I was at, man, it's loud as hell, man. I ain't want to join your talk and all that, and, have all that loud background noise going on, so.
Oh yeah, nah, it's all respect, man. We can't always be on it, man. You know what I mean? We got separate lives and other things going on, man. You know what I'm saying? But other than that, man, this one might get us in trouble, you know.
Oh, shit, man, oh, hell. I've been getting in trouble my whole life. I mean, that's about it,
JP,
Just
like, man,
me, just me
uh,
questioning a lot of shit has gotten me into trouble and all that stuff, so I'm used to it, you know what I'm saying?
oh
I'm used to
yeah,
it.
hey man, JP, you like me, man. I remember, man, I was a wanted man by the principal. You know what I'm saying? It's a wanted
Oh,
man at the detention hall. You know.
yeah, man, I mean, Jesus, man. I mean, my thing was I would get into arguments with preachers when I was younger and shit, because they'll be
Oh,
saying stuff and I'll be having a bunch of questions and all that. And I don't know if you been around if you ever been to like a black American church and all that, them elders back then, man, it was like, don't question God or something. I'm like, yeah, why not? I mean,
all that.
you telling me that I mean, you're telling me that this guy knows everything. I mean, I clearly don't know everything, so I'm gonna have some questions to ask him. I mean, what's wrong with that? You know what I'm saying?
Oh, yeah. I mean, to me, the way I look at it, man, a lot of people, especially with religion, that'd probably be a whole other thing, whole other show. But the way I look at it, man, they modified religion to destroy individuality. I look at Christianity, Muslim. I look at these religions, and I can't say that. I say the dreidel religion. I can't. I don't think it's safe to potentially say that word on here, but I look at a lot of religions that did away with individual gods. How the Greek gods you had, Zeus, Apollo. You had all these other gods, Egyptians, Osiris. Even the Chinese gods. I look at those religions were more flexible and more open because they allowed you to find a god that went with your character and your individuality. You know what I mean? If you were more into warfare and combat, you had Zeus, you had Shango if you were to the
I mean,
African gods.
Ares, the god of war, Ares, Mars, all
Yeah,
that stuff.
yeah, you had other gods. I look at when Christianity came, you had the Viking gods. When Christianity came, the goal was to put everybody in the same box. Because, when you had those other religions like Vikings, the Greek, Roman gods, Egyptian gods, if I was into Ares, the god of war, and you were into, let's say, Apollo, the god of the sun, I think we'd have a whole different communication. Like we wouldn't completely agree on everything. You know what I'm saying? You would have to negotiate or try to get me and you to compromise to agree on the same factors. But we both worship the Roman gods. You get what I'm saying? So when they did the whole Christianity thing, and even look at the Vikings, what they did with Ragnarok. They even made up the story that, well, the Vikings all died, and Ragnarok was what happened to bring about Jesus Christ and God. It was all about uh, destroying the individual, and even the way they designed God is all knowing, so you don't question anything. Even the Roman gods, they didn't know everything. The Egyptian gods, they didn't know everything unless that was their position as a god. You know, and even then they didn't know everything. What was it? The Sisters of Fate knew they weren't even a god. They were just aware of your fate and your destiny. So I look at Christianity and the whole Muslim thing and everything like that is an operation to eliminate our individuality when it comes to how we worship. What was your thoughts on that? Yeah.
I mean, like you're pretty spot on about the individuality piece, man. I mean, but what people don't realize is the individuals that make up the collective. I mean, just like a family starts with two individuals who choose to be together and all that, and that thing. But as far as like the religion piece and all that, like what happened was, I mean, back in the ancient times, you had like the mystery schools and all that. You had like the esoteric cults and they had like these stories and these allegories that they would pass down through oral tradition. Well, you had certain people who wanted to learn those who wanted to get that knowledge, that information, but they didn't have like the best of intentions on like how to use that knowledge. I mean, a lot of them were greedy, power hungry, all that type of stuff. So what they did was, some of them successfully like infiltrated those schools and got the information and then started to corrupt it. I mean, you got to understand. I mean, the guys, all these different guys, they were originally meant to be a placeholder for forces of nature that they didn't fully comprehend at the time and stuff like that. Nowadays, we got science and all that. I mean, there's titles and labels for everything, for almost everything and all that. So the need for having all these gods, it's not really necessary anymore. I mean, some of these cultures, like the ancient Native Americans, man, like they had like the rain deity god and all that. I mean, and they believed in that because I don't think they had a full understanding of the water cycle. They don't understand that that the clouds is water in a different state, you know, up in the sky. I mean, they don't understand that the water that's coming down on the rain that's coming down the earth is the same water, that's in the lakes, the oceans, and all that. I mean, it's the water cycle. So now that we have understanding of the water cycle, and how rain and snow and how climate and all that, works and all that, the need for all these guys is not even necessary anymore. So that's kind of how I see that situation.
Well, you bring up a good point. I mean, the way I look at it, I don't say there's not a need. I look at it as, man, they've manipulated people to where, you know, I agree with you. It wasn't a need with technology. You don't worship the sun and all that. But I look at it as it wasn't a need physically, but mentally. You know what I'm saying? The ability to express yourself to worship something else. Because I look at the gods, man, the Egyptians and what would they call them? The ancient gods, Vikings and, Egyptian gods, African gods, Romans. I look at it as it was a form of expression, man. And there was a lot of tribalism and, not just the word tribalism, but factions. I look at those religions as factions. You had the Ares faction, you had the Zeus faction, you had the Thor faction, you had the people that were into mischief, you had the Loki faction. You had ways for people to express their individuality and tie it to a form of worship. You know what I'm saying? If you were like a jokester, you pray to like a God that was of mischief and joking and all that. It allowed you to express your character a lot more than, hey, there's God and he knows everything, so just listen to everything, even though the Bible contradicts itself with how they write, oh, God was surprised by the devil. How? How is an all-knowing God gonna be surprised by the devil? You know what I'm saying? He's supposed to know everything. So, you know,
Yeah, you're supposed to know everything. You're supposed to be all powerful, but there's some things. I mean, but then like a 4-year-old child asks, why is there evil in the world, and nobody has an explanation. God can't answer that question, but but he has all this power and all this stuff to do things. I mean, and if you look at those stories closely, man, I mean, you'll see this pattern of God, telling the people to not do something, while at the same time he's running around doing what he's telling people not to do. I mean, how you gonna say thou shalt not kill when basically like 60% of the Old Testament is stories about God either killing people or God telling his people to go somewhere and kill people and all that. I mean, another
uh,
example. How do you tell somebody thou shalt not commit adultery when literally like the New Testament is about a woman that was about to be married being knocked up by the Holy Spirit. So it's like,
yeah,
so wait a minute, man. What's going on?
man, JP saying God is a holy hypocrite. Is that what you say?
Yes, I mean, yeah, that's exactly what I'm saying, man. I mean,
I
all
mean,
type of stuff that's going on, man. I mean,
uh,
it,
uh, I mean, the way they wrote it, man, it was written out a way where they basically wanted, they basically said authority. I mean, if you look at it, well, what you just said, it's about authority because God is God. Him, impregnating a woman that's about to be married isn't wrong. You know what I'm saying? Because he's God, the authority figure, but, before we get into the subject matter, let me just play this message quick. Hold up.
Hello, Hold the Truth and JP Hives. I think it might have been JP that just said it and I walked in on. My question for you is when you go and say, why do you allow me to fuck you? Why are you fucking somebody who's on a lower vibration than you? So, with you saying that, are you saying you're trying to marry every female that you fuck? Because it kind of comes off to that. So, is the woman trying to marry every male she crashes? I'm just saying, like, I guess she was trying to make a point, and that's what came across my head out of 1,000 thoughts I could have possibly said is, are you trying to marry the female that you're trying to fuck? When you said, why do you allow me to fuck you? Are you planning on marrying that girl?
Oh, man. Well,
I don't.
from
Not if
that,
I answer
that's,
that. I did.
you
I
go
did
on,
because I read
JP.
to that news. I mean to
JP,
cut you
you
off,
got
man.
you got to refresh it. You got to refresh it. Like basically swipe to the left, but cancel where cancel jumping off the channel because sometimes this app, it won't let you sound correct. Sometimes you gotta refresh it. So just swipe to the left but don't jump. Just cancel it on going to another stream. That way it'll recalibrate your voice, whatever. Uh, you did it.
Okay. How do I sound now?
Yeah, you good. You good now. Yeah, I mean, feel free to answer that, and I'll reply after you.
Oh, okay. I'm thinking this is a reference to like a talk we did back in the day in the past or something, man. Because we started
Mm.
out talking about religion and how God's a hypocrite, and then this question came out of the blue. Uh, to respond to truthfully, I don't really believe in that. I mean, I like I said, I'm almost 30 years old. I mean, when I was younger, I used to think like that shit was cool, but a lot of that was peer pressure and all that type of stuff. And being young and dumb, as they all say. But now, me being almost 30 years old, I mean, the thought of just, randomly sleeping with just random women, like that shit sounds kind of gross. I mean, especially when you don't even take the time to know this chick. I mean, you don't even know if this chick has good hygiene, and all of a sudden, you see a nice ass or some nice titties and a pretty face, and that's what it takes, to get you wide open for the chick. I mean, hold on, man. Like, you got to take the time to get to know the person, to get to know their energy, and get to see about them as a person. I mean, contrary to what the manosphere and all these other groups say and stuff like that, uh, women are people. I mean, I'm of that, awareness of that truth. That I mean, they're people. I mean, just like men are people. You know what I'm saying? So, I mean, the part about sleeping with somebody on a lower vibration. I mean, I don't. I mean, I don't think you understand like what's truly lower vibration and higher vibration. I mean, in order to have anything in the world, you have to be on a relatively low vibration anyway. I mean, two people coming together in general is a very low vibrational activity. I mean, higher vibrations is when you wanted to detach from something, you want to separate, you want to be above something, you want to get over something. So that's what it means to have high vibrations and all that. Like whenever you like separate or detach from a situation, I mean, that's literally you raising your vibration. Uh, you're technically not down here anymore. Like you're up there, you're in the air now. You're separated from the ground, So that's all I got to say about it. Go ahead.
Well, the way I look at that question, truthfully speaking, spoke about is the way I look at it. There's a little air of aggression on that question, but the way I look at it is, the difference between a man and a woman is this: a man is seeking out an activity, and a woman is allowing that activity. You know what I'm saying? It's kind of like to make things simple, I think the woman's the outlet and we're the plug. You know what I'm saying? When you plug something in, if it allows it, if it works, you go in. And the way I look at it, if a man is seeking out just sexual activity, you're usually going to find someone that wants to do that. Long-term investment would require more of a intimate, meeting of each other, talking, conversation, and then the location. And I mean, in today's dating market, where I just want to say this again. This is like a black pill stream. We're mostly men that we're not dealing with emotion or attachment when we're thinking or seeking out solutions. We just talk how things are. And with what's going on is that in an age where you got commercial relationships, that's what the age we're in, commercial. You can't really, it's frowned upon if you meet a woman outside of a bar, outside of a restaurant, outside of anywhere money is involved. I mean, if you see a woman walking in the park, it's deemed, and let's say it's broad daylight, it's deemed weird or awkward that you would try to ask her out or talk to her in the park, or just walking across the street. I mean, you can't even whistle at a woman anymore. You can't. A lot of women looked at it as, and I say the women that weren't attractive, they looked at it as, oh man, this is a win for women, that a man can't whistle at you or a man can't holler at you from the streets or the neighborhood outside of a commercial area. But in reality, this basically limited the scenario where men and women could date each other. So I look at the activity like JP was saying. If you want some random sex, you gotta go for it. At the end, it's gonna be decided upon the woman if she wants to allow it to happen. We're in a culture where all they do is negate the fact that the women allowed it. You know what I'm saying? If a man just wanted to have sex with her and she allowed it, you know what I mean? She's the one who allowed it and actually, I forget the word right now, but accepted it, also accepted that activity. And the other thing is with today's age, I'd say the average man, looking at the law and the legal system, the average man isn't even, you know, looking at a long-term relationship as a reward. Back in the day, and here's the funny thing about saying back in the day, it's, let's just say 19, 60 or something. And, that's when a relationship for a man used to be a win-win situation. I get a family, that woman gets a man she could trust and respect and hope help take care of the family. Today's age, well, you're looking at child support, you're looking at divorce. A man, there's no certainty. There's no certainty in a long-term relationship. And the way men work, we're all about seeking certainty. And now everything is a gamble. You know what I'm saying? There's not a woman, and you'll go on other stereo chats where, a lot of these men, I'd say they're feminized, or they're not black pilled. They're not men of honesty and morality. They'll just talk in a way to support everything a woman says because they don't got a backbone. But the truth is there's not one woman who can basically, what I mean, give me 1 minute. Yeah, there's not one woman who could tell a man that, yeah, you're gonna get married, you're gonna have a long-term relationship, and there's no gamble. There's no gambling as a man, because one thing certain as a man is that when you invest in a relationship, you have something to lose financially and legally. The woman, the only thing she has to lose in a relationship is potentially some physical, her aging, how long she's been in that relationship, and her body changing from having a child. That's it, you know. But I look at that activity as it's a choice between two adults. One thing JP said is 100% accurate. Men and women, yeah, y'all both people, but above all, both men and women are adults. These choices are between adults because other people won't say it. What's being said a lot of times is there's a potential promotion of rape. That's what I've seen, where a lot of women will talk where the actions between a man and a woman was not between both adults. You know what I'm saying? Well, JP, what's that word?
Uh, what uh what word? Snap. Uh, I don't even know right now. But yeah, I mean, as far as like marriage and all that stuff, I mean,
Mm,
that's not a very, I mean, as far as like marriage and all that's concerned, man, like how I see it, man, that's not a very um easy thing to make a decision on. I mean, you gotta have like a trust there, a chemistry there, a courtesy for one another there, and those type of things usually take years to develop, to build, to cultivate, and all that stuff. So, and
mm,
hookup culture and all that, like people don't want to spend the time and the energy necessary, the patience, like the listening skills, the understanding, the honest communication. I mean, what we see now, I mean, fewer and fewer people are willing to, have that, patience and that dedication to, build and cultivate the necessary connectivity, the necessary relationship that it takes to, have a successful marriage and things of that nature. You go ahead, man.
oh yeah, I mean, you're right. I mean, To me, we're in the age of fast food relationships, man. You know what I mean? So you met that y'all both met on Tinder one night, bang, they had sex, and depending on the sexual activity or how quick people found what they call that chemistry. How quick they had chemistry, then that determines whether they're in relationship anymore. We're not the average person. I call it interactions. The average person isn't dating anymore. They just go out on interactions because there's really no long term or thought. I mean, look at the act of Tinder. I saw how you looked. I might have read your profile and bang, I allow a stranger that I have literally no connection to and I just meet it. I mean, if you look at these apps, man, in all honesty, I look at, back in the 90s, they used to tell you don't talk to strangers. But in today's age, everything is about talking to strangers and trusting that stranger. Read somebody's profile, like you were saying, JP, about hygiene. She just looked good on the outside, and you just trust that what you see is what you get. I mean, we're in the age of strangers. It's not about getting to know anybody anymore. Anyway, it's all about that stranger looks like someone I want to interact with, and you just swipe right or swipe left and y'all meet together. And guess what? Even that interaction, whether y'all met at the bar or you went straight to that person's home, you never got to know that person. It's just instant sexual gratification. And I look at it, the dating scene is more primal. It's more animalistic these days. There's no such thing as getting to know that person. I'll play another message from Truthfully, and we'll get to the topic. Uh,
Okay, I like your response. Hold the truth. I love it, love it, love it. I like the way both of y'all responded. That let me know y'all have matured up to y'all age and y'all do realize the pros and cons when it comes to the average female, and especially what you said about the weddings and all that stuff. Every damn thing. It makes totally sense.
oh, thank you. Well, another thing, before I touch on the subject, I'll ask you this question, JP. The way I look at it with the long term relationship thing is that, it's kind of going to touch on this subject with the death of motherhood and guns. Is that I look at it, we're in an age where they've taught so many women that empowerment comes from self destruction. You have the media just promoting abortion as though it's basically an achievement, like winning a race, becoming a star athlete. You know what I mean? That's what they're promoting it as. And the amount of women that are just fighting for that, even women where I look at it as that woman's mature or educated, you know, she won't get into that position unless it's sex is forced on her, and usually that's usually less than 1%. You know what I mean? That usually only happens if a woman places herself in a highly dangerous situation. Maybe going at the bar and drinking too much, or going out at night with no protection. You know what I'm saying? Like, I've seen it where, I don't know if you remember the 90s, it happened a lot where, a woman was jogging in the park at 3 a.m., no dog, no protection, nothing. And some homeless dude or some random guy just grabbed her. You know what I mean? So I look at it as there's a lot of promotion that's about deteriorating a woman's femininity, and what's your thoughts on that, JP? You know,
As far as like the child cancellation thing, the abortion
yeah,
thing, I mean, like, okay, I'll go ahead and say this. This might get me in trouble with a lot of the guys and all that, but I'm actually like pro-choice. I mean, and I'll explain to you why, right? I mean, if a woman wants to have a child, then that decision should be based on, her free choice. I mean, like, like this whole, forcing somebody to, have a baby they don't necessarily want. I mean, like, if you get a chick pregnant and then like she deletes your child and all that, then then you just basically knocked up a chick who didn't want to have your child. I mean, it's, I know that's like very cut and dry and all that, but what I'm saying is, I don't think that pro-choice necessarily means, just
Oh,
pro-abortion. I mean, do I believe that personally? No, but but I do believe that people should have the freedom to make whatever choice they think or feel or whatever's best for them. That's their free will, that's their free choice, their individual sovereignty, things of that nature. So, I mean,
oh
that's what
yeah,
I got to say about the deletion piece. You know.
oh yeah. I mean, I agree. The way I look at a, baby deleting is this, there's a choice. You could do whatever you want, but the problem they're not telling a lot of women is there's a consequence. If a woman's, I know a lot of dudes that tell me, yo, man, he slipped off the condom in the middle of them having sex. So, the notion that every woman that gets pregnant, it was of their choosing, that's not 100% accurate, whatever. There's a lot of dudes I know that tell me up front, man, I was in there and I just pulled out the condom or slipped it out, so it happens. But the problem you have is in today's age where you got the day after pill, you have all these means to basically not, for a woman not to go into that scenario where something's growing in her, then she has to, delete it. You know what I'm saying? It shows you that there's a motive. There's a motive or a lack of maturity or self-preservation or caring about yourself when a woman will choose to go through the deleting process rather than, prevention and avoiding. Because to me, I look at it as there's a consequence. I look at it as, even with the marriage thing, the question you got to ask is if a woman openly had a baby deleting, as in she openly went through months of something growing in her only to kill it, remove it purposely, does that make that person qualified to be a mother? You know what I mean? That's why I call this death of motherhood, because a lot of the stuff that's being promoted with abortion is that they're promoting the act of a woman just killing her natural instinct, which is the natural instinct to nurture and provide for something growing inside of her. I look at it as with abortion, they're promoting it rather than as something that should be done in the worst case scenario. She wasn't planning for a child, or the guy slipped the condom, or she was, somebody forced sex on her, rather than that. And she didn't know, maybe she woke up, she was drugged. So months later, she doesn't know. That makes sense. But if it's an act where you're just purposely letting something grow in you to delete it, I look at it as you don't qualify. There's a consequence. Like any man who finds out, oh man, she had she deleted a baby growing in her. You know what I'm saying? If you're a man, you talk to her and she said she did it basically without caring at all. Like there was no negativity, there wasn't no forced sex on her. And she knew the guy removed the condom when they were having intercourse. What happens is a man is you gotta look at if that woman's so willing to delete something growing in her, then how can that person be a future mother? I've seen it where a mother, JP, told her child, and this ain't something natural, or she told her child who, and remember, everyone here, no one here asked to be born. The first thing we all, no one ever had a choice in is when you were being born. So she told her kid, you know what, you're lucky I didn't delete you. You know what I'm saying? You got to understand the level of mental trauma that does to a child where their own mother will tell them, you're lucky I didn't delete you. You know what I'm saying? that ain't something that a mother should be telling their child. And to me, there's a consequence to you know, abortion. There's a consequence that they don't talk about. They don't talk about how it destroys a woman's, you know, mentality, her nature. To me, I understand if it's something you had to do because sex was forced on you, or, you know, a super unplanned pregnancy where she didn't know she was pregnant. Because some women have that figure where, yo, their body don't change until, what I heard, 6 months later, you know. But to me, the way I look at it, there's a consequence. I mean, if I was talking to a woman and she told me, yeah, I had an abortion, and she just said it, you know, sporadically like it was nothing, then to me that's a point of crossing her off. That's a disqualification for potential motherhood experience or any me investing in that. Because what a lot of women don't understand is a man investing in has a lot to lose, you know. That man has a lot to lose financially, legally, even his freedom. So if a man's gonna invest in a woman that just outright, you know, deleted a child growing in her without any sense of caring or any real reason, then that man's gonna look at it as, man, if she's that comfortable, and let's call it what it is, it becomes murder when it's just intent, you know. So that man's gonna look at, damn, that woman was willing to delete something growing inside of her. I mean, imagine if she has a child, you know, if she has that experience of deleting a child inside of her, then, you know, the child she'll give birth to, man, that child's gonna be treated far differently. You know, she's gonna be willing to harm and destroy that child because, I mean, she had no issue with deleting something, a child growing in her. You know, what's your thoughts on that, JP? You know, the
I mean,
consequence.
like I said, a lot of that is has to do with people being informed and all that, and the way this so-called society set up, man. I mean, you got corporations that make a lot of money from basically, people
JP, you got
that
to
invest.
refresh. You lost connection. Uh,
Okay, what about now? What about now?
yeah, you good now. Yeah, go on.
No, I was going to say, a lot of that has to do with people being informed and understanding the type of decisions they're making. At least understand as much about what the decision they're making entails of, all the details and all that. But then again, it goes back to having patience and being willing to put forth the effort it takes to to make sure you know what you're getting into before you get into it and all that. And I mean, and as far as like the guy, um, slipping off the condom during, sexual intercourse, I mean, I think they call that stealthing in some countries where the guy does that type of thing. I mean, it's like, dude, I mean, if a chick doesn't want to have like unprotected sex with you, then you should like respect that choice. You know what I'm saying? I mean, it's like what a lady told me a couple of years ago. Like, dude, like the signs are already there. You know what I'm saying? And it's crazy how some guys like they let the thirst blind them and take them over, and then in the little head does the instinct thing instead of the big head doing the thinking and the careful making of decisions and all that. Uh, like I said, man, like you got some crazy people in this world and all that. I mean, that's all I got to say about that situation.
Oh, yeah. I mean, well, you went in, man. You said as you will. You know, before I get into the subject, let me play another message.
Hey, hi, hold the truth and JP vibes. So, I don't personally care about abortion in the sense that, like, I feel like if a woman wants one, go ahead and get one. I don't care about from that standpoint. But this decision to have this authority given back to the states, I do agree with, because I do not believe the federal government should have this overarching reach across the states on so many issues, and this is one of them. And for people in the states where abortion is now illegal, well, guess what? The decision is now placed back in your hands on a more immediate level, where you can vote people into office that could change that within your state. So I do agree with that portion of this decision of Roe v. Wade. I think the federal government has its reach into way too many things that should be regulated by the state. And yeah, at the end of the day, you can move to another state. I know that sucks, but you can.
Oh, damn. Oh, wow.
100%, man. 100%.
Oh, yeah. I mean, I agree with it. A lot of people don't look at what's going on with the, this is why this subject matter I had to do it, is that the Roe v. Wade there's two narratives going on. The federal government is basically using Roe v. Wade as, the Bunny Life messaged us, is that they're using it as a distraction. This is the same government that allowed Roe v. Wade. And the government's looking at it as the mission's complete. We've basically destroyed the family structure and destroyed female morality. So now we don't need it. We don't need to do it anymore. It's kind of like you've added enough poison in the community where, you don't need to keep poisoning them anymore. So what they did with Roe v. Wade, they removed it federally, which, it should be by state. I mean, we're in America where, 50 states, like right now, some states have just legalized shrooms. They've legalized, some states are borderline planning to legalize cocaine and legalize a lot more. Some other states where it's more country or so on, they don't want that. They don't want that to happen to their state. And they kind of want to know their vote matters. But with Roe v. Wade, what happened is the government's mission is complete. You got to look at it as, before Roe v. Wade happened, to me, yeah, abortion should be legal. Every state, it should have, I forget the word, certain, measures, because a lot of it was, a lot of it, and a lot of women need to know. A lot of men, in all honesty, I don't really care about Roe v. Wade. It doesn't, in all honesty, a lot of men are looking at it as it saved us money on tax, because what happened is, when abortion was legal federally, the government was basically having a lot of taxpayers pay for a lot of women that were just basically not willing to take accountability for their sexual activity. So a lot of women were just doing it knowing that the state would pay for it, and that's coming from people's tax money. And a lot of men are looking at it as, man, you're paying enough tax. And imagine a man who's married, because a lot of times they like to paint the man as, oh, you just don't want to help. No, imagine a man who's married with a family and you're taking money away from his children and his wife to pay for an abortion. So when the federal government remove Roe v. Wade, which they were forcing on states by not allowing the states to choose, it's like she said, the Bunny Life said, it freed a lot of states and voters to decide, and I mean, what this does is it shows all those women marching and all those stupid ass, bitch made men marching in those, supporting Roe v. Wade. It just shows they're against the people in the state having the freedom to choose how they want their state to be. I mean, the great thing about America, I'm in Jersey, and JP, you in the South, is that when you go to another state, it's like going to another country, because every state is different. Every state has their own identity. You know what I'm saying? And when the government steps in to force something, it's destroying that state's identity. You know what I'm saying? Like, what's your thoughts on that? On how the federal law kind of affects your state's identity. You know what I'm saying? If
I
they
mean,
just,
I was gonna say, what the federal government was doing is the same thing all governments throughout history have been doing, you know. I mean,
Mm,
they start out this sort of, you know, freedom and justice for everybody type of principle and attitude and all that, and then slowly but surely they all become, you know, plutocratic, tyrannical, despotic, and authoritarian and things of that nature. So, you know, and
mm.
it's like, and people are just okay with, you know, the government making decisions for them. I mean, I think that's just the way people have been throughout, you know, the generations throughout history, man. I mean, most people have a predominantly herd mentality and all that. And that's basically why things like this were sort of allowed to happen. I mean, I try to stay too far away from specifics unless they outline an important principle. But you know, like the marches and the protests. I mean, it's actually an insult to women's intelligence. I mean, you got to use all this energy to try to convince people to, you know, to have a certain policy or take a certain action. I mean, but the truth is, like, dude, if somebody wants to do something, then it would be better to just let them make that decision on their own and stuff like that. You know, instead of trying to, you know, manipulate somebody or try to use force and coercion and all that. Uh, that's how I, you know, perceive all that with the government.
Oh, I mean, to me, I look at Roe v. Wade as this, the government is celebrating. Look at what's happening. Jobs are down. To me, a lot of people don't see how the government plays this game of distraction. You know what I'm saying? Roe v. Wade, them removing it, it's nothing new. It's like in Jersey, they made weed legal. A lot of people are celebrating. Oh my God, weed is legal. Yeah, but it used to be legal over 100 years ago. So this isn't new. You're basically regaining a right you once had. The government does this a lot of times when they want to make people celebrate or they want to make people antagonize, where they'll just remove a law that wasn't there before or was there, and they act like they're giving you something new. It's kind of like your parents, not even your parents. It's like a friend of yours. He gave you a TV and he took it away, and your next birthday gives you back the TV. I mean, dude, I used to have that already. There's nothing new. But another thing with Roe v. Wade is, with what you said about herd mentality, is that it's the government celebrating the destruction they've left behind between men and women. You know, all the women marching for Roe v. Wade and those bitch ass men marching for Roe v. Wade, it shows you how much the destruction of motherhood and fatherhood has happened. How much the government is celebrating how, because you gotta look at the black community where they installed the Planned Parenthoods in the community. You know what I'm saying? To basically destroy. And the black community hasn't recovered ever since. The black community was projected to become 30 to 40 to 50% potentially of this country, because the blacks unified as a family far more than the whites, because it's all they had. Where the white people had their families from, London, Ireland, they could trace their lineage backwards. A lot of people, Asians, whatever, anybody that wasn't a slave in this country, they could trace their family back. So they weren't forced to just bond with their immediate family. Basically, the black community in America at the end of slavery, it was all they had. All they had was their family. So their immediate family, they would bond. They were trying to build and rebuild that family connection they had before slavery. So the blacks were basically, I'd say probably three, probably four generations, probably 100 generations back from the white community and all the communities that came into America that weren't slaves. I mean, even the Asians that were forced to work the railroads could connect to their family. They could go back to their homeland. But the blacks that came here that were slaves, all they had was their family. So they bonded. They were trying to rebuild generations of family. So Then you got what happens in the 1960s where the government infiltrated and used two great tactics. They offered the women in the black community help with food and stuff like that if they kicked out the husband. The same government that was killing the black men and their children offered to, give them some, government aid, which was actually, it was enslavement, man. Their goal was, we're gonna provide you with some food, but we're never gonna give you the source, the answer to never needing us. It's just basically a drug dealer situation, and the drug the government was giving was government assistance. Then you add in Planned Parenthood, where they put Planned Parenthood mostly in the black community to set it up to wipe out the the blacks from having children. You know what I'm saying? And then they eventually put that in the white communities. It was all a setup, and Roe v. Wade is just a celebration from the government of how much they've destroyed the family unit and fatherhood. Because you see a lot of people protesting, and you're like, well, this is what you're protesting? Instead of you looking at the government stepped away from your state and is no longer forcing their will on your state, you're marching and protesting for the government to have more power in your state. This is what happens when you destroy fatherhood. I look at the Roe v. Wade thing and all these protests as people celebrating the destruction of the family, man. You know what I'm saying? That's the way I look at it. I don't know if you're thinking the same. Let me play a message quick.
I
Oh,
kind of have like disagreement with it. Yeah, the
go,
whole destruction was that?
no, go on, my bad.
Oh, okay. Let me see. I mean, the situation with the destruction of the family, it takes two to tango. I mean, like the
If you
government
gotta
can't.
refresh it again, you gotta refresh.
Oh, okay. How about now, man? This phone,
Yeah, you
I swear.
sound good. Yeah, 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 you good.
Okay, let me see. The destruction of the family situation, man. It takes two to tango. I mean, think about it. I mean, the government can't destroy a family unless, the people allow themselves to, become destroyed because of like what the government's doing. All this talk about what the government is doing, what they're pushing is fine, but you got to understand, like the people made the decision also. I mean, that's the other side of the coin that very, very few people talk about and all that. And then, like, we can take it even deeper and look at the quality of the people who are affected by this. I mean, sure, you're gonna have a smaller percentage level of honorable, productive, so-called upstanding people that were affected by this. But I mean, for the most part, these were mostly like the deadbeat types anyway. I mean, shout out to the brother Man of Tomorrow. I mean, in this video talking about like how the manosphere got started and stuff like that. He was like, dude, I mean, the manosphere started with basically, deadbeats complaining. I mean, like the productive and the decent people weren't necessarily like affected by it. I don't think. I mean, it was just, some people made choices and all that. I mean, think about it this way. I mean, a man that's productive, he's handling his business and all that. I mean, the government's not going to really bother that family like that. I mean, he's got his shit together, right? But somebody that's struggling, somebody that's the product of a family that was already broken. I mean, that's how I look at it. Like, I mean, like the government didn't necessarily like destroy the families and all that. I mean, dang, like I got to talk about that. I was talking to one of the homies about that, like the myth of the broken black families. I'm like, dude, I mean, you still got like a lot of strong, black families, a lot of families that are still intact. It's just the case of, the dysfunctional ones getting all the attention and stuff like that. And so that kind of distorts people perception on like what's actually going on in reality and all that. That's all I got to say about that issue.
Oh man, you open, son. I'm gonna touch up on it, but to me, man, what you opened up on, and what you ain't think about is it goes to the female vote. That's the I'm gonna touch up on it after I play the messages, but I think a big, the big bad wolf in the situation is the female vote, and the difference between the female vote and the male vote. But I'll go into that after I play some messages. Let's see.
Another thing I'd like to know is why are men prevented so much from getting vasectomies? Like, I believe there are vasectomies you can get that are reversible now. So why is only onus on women? Why aren't men guided more to, hey, you don't have kids, you're young, get a vasectomy. That can be reversed. As far as I know, there are reversible ones. There are some that are non-reversible too. I have to say it's kind of funny when you look at these protests. A lot of the women, you're like, why are you protesting for abortion? You don't look like you'll ever get pregnant. Okay, I'm playing. That's rude. But they have big billboards now in Spanish and in English in New York City that are saying, oh, don't worry, your decision hasn't been taken away. Abortion is legal in New York. Okay, then why are there protests in New York? I'm curious. I don't think the women of New York are really that concerned with the women of Arkansas. I highly, highly doubt that. I agree that Roe v. Wade is just a huge distraction tactic. And also it's all being approached from the wrong way. Like, they're saying, oh my God, it's been outlawed nationwide. No, it hasn't. It's been turned over to the states. Oh my God, nobody has a right to it. Well, yeah, depending on the state that you're in. And also some states haven't completely outlawed it. They've just modified it. And then other states have modified it in the other direction, where you can get an abortion all the way up until the end of 9 months. That's crazy in my mind. But like, we just had a truckload of immigrants that were found dead, right? There was like 41 people dead in a truck. Are we going to talk about the border? No, I don't see anybody bringing that up hardcore about the border and how many people are dying because of that. I don't see us talking, like, why isn't the economy and gas prices more of a talking point? It is on the right, but the left just wants to focus on this one thing because it's all they got.
Oh, wow, she's going in, but the way I look at it with what she mentioned, a lot of we're in the attention age. A lot of people protest just for attention. To me, I look at protesting. I don't know how you look at it, JP. I look at protesting as just people yelling outside. You know what I'm saying? You're basically yelling outside to get attention. Like it happened up in Jersey in 2008 when we had the whole housing crisis. You had a lot of people saying we need our houses back, and a lot of people who, and it sometimes shows you how stupid some people are. Is they took a loan on a house they can't afford. And the bank, of course, being a corporation, they knew they were getting bailed out anyway, so they gave them these loans knowing they couldn't afford to pay them back. And these people lost their homes. I look at protesting as just people yelling for attention from the government instead of action. Now, with the Roe v. Wade thing, and to get back to what you said, JP, on family, what happened is I look at it as this, man. It's the female vote. The problem you have in this country, in any country where they give women the right to vote, is that it's a lot of women look at the right to vote as a gift or something that makes them stand equal with the men. But in reality, a lot of times the right to vote is given to women as a way to filter out the men. And what they use is they use the female vote to remove the fatherhood, the role a father will play, and give the government more standing. Now, I'm not saying you don't give women the right to vote. I'm saying what happens is when you give women the same right to vote as the men, without the same responsibility of defending the country, building the country, what you run into a situation where now the women are being weaponized against the men's interest, which usually benefits the family. Like, look at a lot of corporations. that are now saying we're gonna reimburse your abortion if you do it in another state. Now a lot of the women will be celebrating that, but they don't look at it as this is money that should have been a raise. What does your job or your corporation, why would they want to be involved in reimbursing you for abortion unless it was a way to cook the books, a way to save money, a way to avoid giving people raises? Like, even if you look at maternal leave and a lot of scenarios, these jobs, this is why they're not increasing pay. They're using this as an excuse. Well, we're going to give people maternal leave, we're gonna give people, reimburse them for abortions or even pay for them to do it over the state to another state. And some women are celebrating this, but they're not looking at it as, yeah, they're going to take away bonus money, money to give you a raise to pay one of the women in your job that was reckless with her legs. You know what I'm saying? Just opening it and not playing, being an adult with her sexuality. And this is taking money away from your raise, your future raise, and the amount of money you could be making. So a lot of people don't look at it. I look at Roe v. Wade and everything going on, even with what the Bunny Life mentioned with them finding 41 dead 41 dead illegals, is that this all has to do with the fatherhood scenario and the over empowerment of the female vote. You know what I'm saying? When they've given, in my opinion, a woman's vote should count as 50% that of a man, because then it would actually be more reasonable when it comes to the roles we both play in the country. I mean, you got over 95% of the military is the men going to war. And in the country being built, the defense is the men. The problem a lot of women don't look at is men never do anything, and this might be a slight against my own sex, but man, everything a man does is strategical. We've been going to war with each other for decades. Nothing is given free. Everything a man does for you, even for his fellow man, everything's done with a objective. Like, what's your thoughts on that, JP? The role the female vote plays into it. Because to me, when you made that answer, to me, you're correct. But what you're missing is the role the female vote. Because a lot of stuff that's happened is how the government manipulates the female vote. You know what I'm saying? Like, what's your thoughts on that? Like, the role the female vote is playing on the abortions and, just the family in general. What's your thoughts on that?
So, I don't think the female vote is necessarily the issue. I mean, the timing of when women were given the right to vote, I think that's more of like the issue and all that, because you have to understand, man, like women were given the right to vote at a time when educational opportunities for women were still relatively limited in comparison to like the education of a man. You know what I'm saying? So now you
Mm,
know. So now you have people who aren't as informed, who aren't as aware. You know what I'm saying? Of like the power that they have and the responsibilities that that power entails and all that. And so, and when you send them to the polls, not knowing that stuff, they're gonna vote on like impulse and superficiality. But that's not just a women thing. I mean, anytime you give somebody with a limited education the right to vote, I mean, you're gonna have that circumstance of people just basically voting for what feels good instead of what makes actual sense, what's actually valuable for like the type of lifestyle they want to lead, what's actually constructive as far as like the interest of like their communities and the nation at large and stuff. But I want to answer well, respond to the Bunny Life's comment about the men's vasectomies and why is it up to the women? See, I mean, a man could get a vasectomy just as easily as a woman, can get an abortion. It's just a matter of choice and all that. I mean, even if abortion was illegal and all that, I mean, you got to look at reality in life first. I mean, there's a lot of things that are like illegal that still happen. I mean, back when, abortions were illegal in certain states, even back in the so-called good old days, like the 40s and 50s. I mean, you had women that were going to street doctors, taking coat hangers and stuff like that, and you know what I mean, and making it happen, regardless of what the laws said and stuff. And and one more thing she needs to understand is that uh, a lot of guys like to do what we call blame shifting. I mean, basically, it's basically the guy's way to avoid accountability because of a decision he made that didn't work out in his favor. So instead of taking the time to introspect and reflect, on his decisions and all that, he would just rather say, well, the women need to make better choices. And it's like, dude, like, no, like you made a decision too. I mean, if it didn't work out in your favor, you just got to eat it and try to learn from it as best as you can. That's how I see that situation.
Oh, that's 100%. Well, to me, well, I reply to that. I'll say, yo, Spec, man, what's good, man? How's everything, man?
What's good, y'all? How y'all doing?
I'm chilling, man. I was trying to do, like, I had to keep changing the link because, man, stereo don't let you edit. They don't let you edit the time, So if you had your thing, like, you had your show set up for 11 p.m. tomorrow, you can't change it to 11 p. 11 30 today. It's a little weird, but now you hear Spec. What's your thoughts, man? On I know we covered some of this before, but what's your thoughts on the Roe v. Wade and how them taking it away from a federal level? How does that affect people on the state level? And what's your thoughts on the protest?
Oh yeah, yeah. Thanks. Yeah, good question, man. Roe v. Wade. My opinion on that is, you know, um, we're we're going to see like the long term implications of it. As of right now, it's more consequences for like women. I would say maybe the more lower class women that aren't able to get to those that aren't able to get to like liberal cities in order to get those to get the procedures done. But what I find interesting is I don't really hear at all from anybody, whether it's women or men. I haven't really, especially women, I haven't heard any um, them like speaking about. They speak about abortion as this something that just is a right. They speak about abortion as something that just happened. They speak about it as like they're just falling on penises and getting pregnant and stuff like that. That is what I'm seeing or what I'm gathering. I'm somewhat surprised. Well, I'm not surprised because I know how um, short term thinking women can be. They're very short term thinkers, and they don't really evaluate the consequences of some of their actions. And I just find it amazing that that they, these things haven't been talked about. Like, okay, how can these things be prevented? Now, as a man, like I see this as it's a gray situation. Am I in favor of abortion? No, I'm not in favor of abortion. But I do understand it in certain situations. It may be necessary in certain situations. Very rare situations, such as if a woman was raped, or if she has some type of health issues. If she was to give birth and she would die, then yeah, I would definitely be in favor in that situation. But I know that this whole abortion thing is just about choice. It's just about giving women that choice. But like I said before, it's crazy to me that they have all of these contraceptions. There's so many different contraceptions that that could be administered. So many contraceptions. You also have condoms, and also different procedures that they can take in order to make sure or refrain from getting pregnant. But they still continue to get pregnant, and so yeah, that's crazy. But I would say to play devil's advocate a little bit, if a woman is going out there and getting multiple abortions, she's out there getting multiple abortions. Um, you look into like the character of somebody that would. Let's look into the character profile of somebody that would do that. Would kill a baby that's growing inside of them. Do we even really want those type of individuals to even be procreating? Is the question. I don't. I know this is kind of like a eugenics. I'm kind of dipping into the eugenics pool a little bit. But when you look at the single motherhood, which is a big issue, motherhood is a big issue. I don't care what anybody says. We're seeing the next generation and all of the shortcomings that they're facing. A lot of it is due to single motherhood. So one could argue that with the Roe v. Wade, what's going to happen is you're going to have even more single mothers. I'm not really too much with the social welfare. I'm not really with having a robust social welfare system. So it becomes a gray area for me. And when I got on, I heard you talking about the corporations, and some of the corporations saying that they want to give like what they call abortion vacations and stuff. It makes a lot of sense to me because corporations, they kind of see women as indentured servants. That's basically what they see them as. They know that, okay, they're going to work really hard. They're not going to have to pay them as much. So here's my question to you, Hold. Would you rather your indentured servant to be out for 9 months and you have to pay her to be out for 9 months, or would you rather just pay her to be out for 2 weeks and go delete a baby?
Wow. Oh yeah, yeah. Well, it's a money thing. I agree with you on that. They'd rather, pay for that baby to be aborted than lose a worker for 9 months. But another thing is it could be a tax write-off. The thing is the narrative. A lot of people don't see how the corporations and the government just, it's a tag team. The government does something, and corporate knew about it months. They knew Roe v. Wade was being overturned months ago. Because how quickly they react to just, yeah, we're gonna give y'all money to just go get it done. They knew about it. Corporations don't do anything unless it's pre-planned. The money was saved up for this activity. You know what I'm saying? In fact, and I'm gonna react to something I think JP said with the black family and how they showcase the negativity more. It's to be expected. I mean, the way I look at the black community is, man, that, not enough money from blacks to represent themselves. I mean, there's so much times where black people are looking for, the white stations, radio stations, TV stations, media to represent them. When, dude, history shows otherwise. I mean, CBS, a lot of these old TV and radio stations were here during segregation. You know what I'm saying? CBS or whatever these old TV shows were. If they weren't representing you during the worst of times, what you think they gonna do for you now? You know what I'm saying? That's the major problem with the black community is they don't look at history, man. It don't matter if you're in a better civil rights age. At the end of the day, these radio stations, these TV networks, they didn't support you during the worst of times. So what are they gonna do for you now? That's why I look at the black family image as, they're not really promoting it because they don't have to. You know what I mean? It's their right and their freedom. They'll just have a few black anchors here and there. But let me see if I can invite. I don't know if the bunny is, we get a more female perspective if she want to join. But let me check. Give me a minute. Um, um, yeah, well, I don't guess not. But the thing I look at with everything going on and what you just asked, Spec, is that man, a lot of women don't know that these corporations are using them as scenery. They want a woman to be young. They want her youth to be spent at the job because women aren't aware that their youth, man, their youth is just such a great marketing tool. Like we were talking on a previous show that when you go to a place and you see older women, a part of you naturally just says, man, you know, I shouldn't be here. You know what I'm saying? The women are too old. So the corporations, of course, they don't want a woman to have kids or, move on from them. You know what I'm saying? And they want them to have the kids as old as possible because then it generates money for other corporations they're connected to, the pharmaceuticals. You know what I mean? They want the female working for them to have a kid at in her 30s or if possible her 40s because it would help the corporations make money either way. You know what I'm saying? And that's the way. And another thing, you can't 100% blame them because to me, when they say business, man, business ain't personal, man. It's all about extracting as much resources as you can, from be it the men or the women. You know what I mean? But I'll say one thing. I was gonna reply to what JP said with the vote is that I looked up the history, man. If you look at the history of when they gave women the right to vote, it was all preparing this scenario. You know what I'm saying? 1890, they removed prostitution. 1910, I think they removed polygamy. You know what I'm saying? It was all about creating a scenario where the government would have the perfect filter. And the perfect filter to male vote is the female vote. Because you got to look at all the abortions and shootings that's happening. It doesn't make sense when you look at it that why didn't all these shootings happen in the 40s, the 30s, the 20s, the 50s, you know what I'm saying, the 1800s? There weren't no cameras back then. How come we didn't have more shootings and more abortions, more killing back then? Because you had the father was present and you had the government had to answer the men. When the government has to answer the men, the government moves, man. They make moves because they know these men will take action. But when the government can basically filter out the male vote with the female vote, then they can take more action. They could take more harsh actions. And when the men look at it and say, hey, man, the women voted for this to be legal, they supported this, you know what I'm saying? Now the men are looking at it from a point of, it ain't the government, it ain't war, it ain't, we got to stand up for our rights. It's, oh, man, the women made it the decision. And, we got, that could be my sister, that could be my mother. You know what I'm saying? They use the women as a Trojan horse. And look at the society we're in. I'm not saying women shouldn't be able to vote, but the female vote and the male vote should be completely different. There should be a percentage, you know what I mean? If the man's vote is worth one, the woman's vote should be worth 50 to 25% of that because the responsibility for that country always gonna fall on the men. I mean, if we were going to war and all men said, nah, we good, man, we gonna chill, we gonna sit down and let it happen, yo, the country's dead, man. So to me, they've weaponized the female vote and her emotions. So a lot of this, the broken family, everything going on, it always plays between a battle of the sexes. And let's be real, man, the government and the corporation, aka our fellow man doesn't do anything unless it's about controlling other men. You know what I'm saying? That's why I don't believe in the whole feminism narrative. You know, feminism to me is man made. It's a way for men to control men. You know what I mean? And the way I look
Oh
at
yeah,
it is, oh, yeah, oh, go on, man.
I agree
Go
with you
on.
1,000%. So Gloria Steinem, right? So Gloria Steinem, she was very instrumental in the whole feminist movement. She had CIA ties, so that's
Mm,
actually been classified. So that's actually come out. But man, you make pretty good points. I do think that technology plays a role as well. I think that technology plays a role in a lot of the things that we see, a lot of the school shootings that we see. A lot of it is technology too. It's like humans, um, they're basically losing. Technology kind of takes humans out of their natural role on humans roles and stuff like that. And when it comes to a lot of the young kids and stuff, let's say for example, you had a bully at school growing up. Like we're millennials, when we had a bully, we took care of it at school, and that was it. But it's like this bully now. Let's say you're a kid and you're going to school, you Gen Z or you Gen Alpha or whatever. You get into to beef, something embarrassing happens to you. Everybody and their mama's gonna know about that, and that's where it would be important to have um, the role of a father that could sit that student down or sit that child down and present alternatives and present choices that's going to have to be made. That's where it would be very instrumental. But now it's like they come home to their mom. The mom doesn't do anything about it. Next thing you know, the kid gets a gun, goes out and just deletes everybody. So
oh, you mentioned son. Well, I mean, I look at bullying like, let's say you, JP, and you Spec, one of your sons. Let's say JP's son was bullying both of our sons. When you got fathers in the picture, we could meet up with each other. I could meet up with JP and be like, yo, man, my son fought your son, man. And, your son beat my son. You know what I'm saying? But if he keeps beating on my son, I'm starting to think this is personal. I'm starting to think you're sending your son out there to just beat on people. You know what I'm saying? And if you don't correct that, then it's going to be a problem between me and you. The role a father plays with quelling issues, man, it's huge. Your principal ain't gonna be able to help you. If somebody's bullying your son at school with technology these days, they could stalk him on Facebook. The bullying could go on forever, and then now you got to add in the fact that the mom, let's say it's a single mother household, or even if it's let's say a single father household, but let's focus on a single mother household, is that she's at work. She's working most of the day, so she don't have a opportunity to take off to go handle that situation. Then since she's just a woman, and if let's say that kid bullying her son is a man, has a father, what's she gonna do? She can't really say to that other man, to that man, the father of that kid bullying her son, that, hey man, I'm gonna handle you. Because if your son keeps bullying me and you as a man ain't stopping him, then this is intentional, man. This is where you as a father are sicking your son on other kids. You know what I'm saying? This is something you're doing purposely. And I'ma handle you, because the law between men, all these shootings and everything going on, the shootings, the abortion, all this has to do with the missing role of fatherhood, man. When you don't have a father around, the daughter doesn't know how to, be around men without sex being needed. You know what I'm saying? Like a lot of the father teaches the daughter, yeah, you could just sit around a man, talk to him, and he could provide you some wisdom here and there. Not everything between you and a man has to be sexual. You know what I mean? That's what the father plays. The father plays that and teaching her that her emotions don't have to be what guides her. So a lot of these shootings and all this violence going on, man, it really has to do with the role, the missing father, man. When you take the father out of the picture, the private prisons benefit. I mean, the whole Roe vs. Wade thing, a lot of people are thinking it's being done to help the states. No, it's being done because the states and the government is looking at is, man, the more abortions we have, the less prisoners we have. You know what I mean? It's messing up some money. The private prison industry in America is, there are more prisoners in America than there are in certain populations of countries. There's a lot of money at stake. And a lot of these corporations and the government know that a single mother household is the best scenario to get a future prisoner, a future drug addict. There's a huge economy built on, children growing up without a family. You know what I'm saying? Without a functioning family. Drugs, you know what I'm saying? Prison. There's so much money being made. I mean, look at this whole push for mental health. The government that literally destroyed families is telling us, JP and Spec, hey, we want y'all to call this hotline because, hey, the government that took away your father and your mother, your family, we want to help you. We want to help you with your mental well-being. But let me play some of these messages. You know, let's see.
Yeah. People now want to be like, oh my God, women's rights, Roe v. Wade, oh my God, women's rights. Where are all these women for women's rights as our rights as women have been deteriorated? We got people in this country who can't even define what a woman is anymore. We have birthing people being defined as women. We have men who are getting sex changes being defined as women. Women's rights have been eroded and violated for how long now? And now all of a sudden it's about women's rights? Give me a break. We have men who haven't had any surgeries whatsoever exposing themselves in women's spaces. We have guys being allowed to play, although now it's being changed, modified, right? Play in women's sports. There is no such thing as women's rights anymore, but now there is. It's ludicrous. It's ludicrous. Everything gets changed according to whatever suits somebody's agenda.
Oh, damn. Wow. Hey, man, well, what you got to respond to that, JP?
Man, yeah, miss, it's the same thing, I've been thinking and I've been talking about with some of the people, man. I mean, you got to understand, man, like I don't think most of these movements are like 100% organic, as in, these are regular everyday people coming together or something like that. These movements are usually organized and heavily orchestrated. There's a lot of money involved in these movements. I mean, think about it. I mean, just the average person with a job and a family and bills to pay, man, they're not going to really have the time or the energy to, go do some protest at like 10 o'clock in the morning. They just got
No,
off work, they're tired. They're not going to, have the energy to, run around in the streets and stuff. I mean, these are mostly like, people with nothing to do. And of course, like we've seen some of the pictures on the internet of Craigslist articles. Hey, we need crisis actors, or we need actors for this situation and all that. So, I mean, it's a screwed up thing that the government is doing. Anything to push an agenda, anything to have influence over the people, man. I mean, instead of just letting the people decide, how they want to live their life and just taking that and running with it. That's kind of how I see the whole situation.
oh, yeah, yeah. Well, I mean, you dropped some, to me, I'm gonna ask you Spec, but I'm gonna answer one thing quick. To me, with what she said is it goes back to the nature of the votes. It's about the voting structure. What's happened now, and you wouldn't hear this on others, other stereo apps because they're not black pilled. They're not about seeking solutions and thinking without emotions and attachment. The truth is this: the reason you got all these transgender men, increasing is that for men to have rights now in the eye of the government, they got to be a woman. You know what I'm saying? You got a lot of women aren't looking at, a lot of women took victory. I could put a man on child support at any time. I could put a domestic violation case on a man. Like there was a guy, and me and Spec were talking about it, where he came home, a good father. He was providing for his kids. He came home and his wife just put a restraining order on him, and there was no evidence needed. Now, a lot of women have been taught that's power. That ain't power. They're teaching you that the government doesn't need reasons, and they've used women for over, I think over what is it, 30 years now, over 40 years. They've given women this false sense of power through their emotions. So if a woman woke up and just had a problem with a baby daddy, she's angry enough, she could just go to the government and put them on child support. The government is being used to fuel a woman's emotion as justification. So what's going on is you got a lot of these boys who grew up without a father in there. All they had to look up to was authority, was their mother. So they look at it as, man, me changing my sex is a power move. I get to have access to the power that my mom had over me, or I get the power the women have. It's a power play. When you have a government where the men have no legal rights to be a man or a father, now the power comes to where the men have to change their sex. If you look at it from a perspective of remove your emotions, and you look at all these transgender athletes, they get to play a sport where they get the advantage. They get to feel everything a woman has when it comes to a man and a woman in the eye of the government. So if you want an advantage, if you want to feel this power that the women have over the men legally without reasoning anymore, man, you got to become a woman. You got to identify as a woman. The whole setup for this whole identification thing, it was set up to empower this delusion and dysfunction. You know what I'm saying? That's why I used to work at bars where they let both sexes in the bathroom, men and women. You know what I mean? And the way they look at it now, people say, oh, this is good. No, this is going to save that corporation money. And it don't matter if the woman's in danger. It don't matter if the men's in danger. None of that matters. It's all about money at the end of the day. Because if men and women go to the same bathroom, that woman could potentially report that man touched her wrong. Boom, we get a future prisoner. We get a future guy under a sexual case. You know what I mean? It's all about money. You know what I'm saying? I'm starting to tell people, don't look at the morals. Don't look for morals. Look for money. If you start looking for money, everything makes sense. Like what JP was saying about them paying the people to protest, it happened to us in Jersey where there was a mayor, he was running for mayor in Jersey, and what he did is he paid people outside of the state to pretend to hate the other mayor. Like he paid them, bought them signs to say, "Don't vote for him. He's a bad guy." It's all about money, man. And what they've done, and this was pre-planned. This is a plan that's been going on for over 100 years. Because if you just look at the law, just look at when women had the right to vote. It wasn't given when you know what I'm saying? Before you had abortion, before prostitution was removed, before polygamy was removed, it was all given. Women were given the right to vote as soon as they started removing power from men and options. Once they started removing options and power plays from men, now all of a sudden they let the women vote. You know what I'm saying? It wasn't given at a situation to help the women. It was given as a way to, we've removed some rights and options from the men. Now the women can vote. It was never created as a situation where it was positive. It was all about we subtracted rights from the men and subtracted rights from the women. Because I'll give, we got some women listeners. They've trained women to believe polygamy's bad. You know what I'm saying? Polygamy's bad. Or a man, in the way the media works, if it ain't right if a man could marry as many women as he wants. When in reality, this was very beneficial for women that were friends. You had less competition because now two girlfriends that are very close could actually share the same father as their children. You know what I mean? Share the same man as their children, whatever. You know what I'm saying? So it was all built on subtraction. But JP, what are your thoughts? No, not JP, my bad. Spec, what's your thoughts on, what the Bunny Life said about women's rights being removed?
Yeah, I agree 1,000% that a lot of these movements, kind of what she said and what JP Hayes has said as well, a lot of that, a lot of it is not organic um, at all. So basically, yeah, these moves are nefarious, and this is how you can. I'm just going to give examples on how you can know that it's nefarious. Like for example, when you look into sports, like there's a lot of sports in which men are being able to participate in women's sports, and you ask yourself, and you look at the people that are proponents of it. The people that are proponents of it are feminists. So you have some of the most stark feminists. One of them, Megan Rapinoe. Megan Rapinoe is the pink-haired, crazy feminist that's for women's soccer. She's the one that's saying that the women's soccer team isn't getting as much as the men's soccer team. So you would think that she would have a problem with a man who was participating in men. Leah Thomas basically is the new name of this. Not even a transgender, just a guy that is cross dressing. Let's just keep it 1,000. Let's just keep it above. So basically, Leah Thomas went from being like 330th or 360 men swimmers to being the best woman swimmer. You would think that Megan Rapinoe would have a problem with that because that is going to have implications for a lot of young women, So think about it. If you have men and boys that are able to get in these sports, women's scholarships are going to be gone. You're not going to have any scholarships. Um, they're not going to be able to participate in those sports anymore. And I don't think it's just that. I also think, with this being Pride Month, I remember they used to have one day, right, and where they would celebrate like Pride and shit like that. Now they got a whole fucking month. And who is the main individuals? What happens is it's like they trick women into thinking that this shit is great, right? So a lot of women, even straight women, go to these pride festivals, and they're basically egging on these drag shows and these guys that's masquerading as women. But what they don't know is the implications that this stuff can have. Now, Gen Z is getting gayer and gayer. Generation Alpha. So these generations are they're doubling, like they're basically doubling the percentage that identifies with LGBT. And the problem with that is going to be what's going to end up happening is women, shit, they may start getting replaced in damn near everything. I mean, not only sports, but now that you have so many rainbow, y'all call it rainbow, right? There's so many people identifying with that they're not even going to be. It's not going to be that traditional man and woman relationship anymore. It's going to be guys that's just going to straight up be messing with transformers and stuff like that. So that is kind of what I see, and I'm just like, this is some, it's not good. It's not good. So I also wanted to bring up economics, because economics is really the reason why everything happens. Everything happens because of economics and incentives. And when it comes to economics, the reason why um, feminism was pushed like crazy was in order to get the consumer to increase revenue. So I talked about this before, but Edward Bernays, he was one of the first individuals to kind of tap into that behavior psychology. He was able to get women to smoke. He got them to smoke to say, fuck men, basically. Fuck men, I can smoke, I can do what you can do. So he was one of the first individuals to tap into that. A corporation saw that, right? And so what they wanted to do was get more and more women into the workplace. And when they got more women to the workplace, what ended up happening is, because you got to look at the boomers. The boomers was a big generation cohort. So they got more women into the workplace so that they can depress the wages. They were able to depress the wages. Not only that, but they were able to get more tax base too. So the Internal Revenue Service was able to get all of that money to it in taxes. So also now what's happening is they're advocating for people to be seen. They've messed up the gender relations so much in these Western countries. In the European Union, over 50% of people live alone. You know what that does? What that does is that increases the amount of money that these corporations can get. Like before, person would buy one of every, person would share things, right? Like they may have one car, they'd be able to share that one car. Now, if you live alone, everybody has to purchase one of those items. So one car, one house, one, whatever, shelter, apartment, food would be rationed if you had a family. Now it's like, okay, you got to purchase all of that. So it all comes back to economics. What I see the vote as, I kind of see it as like damn near like, the Bible. Like, how the Bible has Eve, basically, she's very curious. She eats off of that tree of, good and evil so that she can know what the hell is what's good and evil. I kind of see it that way. Like when women got the vote, because they were always going to be able to dilute the man's vote because there's so many fucking women in comparison to men. But it's crazy that they, kind of what Hope was saying, it should be reduced, their vote, and the reason why it should be reduced is because they're not they're not required to go to the draft. So that's that. But I can ramble all day, so I'll let
Oh yeah.
Hope.
I'm gonna play some of the messages, but yo, Spec, do me a solid. I accidentally transferred you my admin status, but you just gotta click on mine and make it admin, man. This app is sometimes weird. But yeah, I mean, the way I look at it, and it goes back to what the bunny said about vasectomy. The men don't want to have a vasectomy because it's our manhood. We don't we pride ourselves on our manhood and our control. And in all honesty, a vasectomy isn't good for women either. I mean, when a man gets a vasectomy, you gotta look at it. Let's say he's the average man. He's middle class or below. If he paid for a vasectomy, now he finds a woman that he could start a family with. Now he's got to pay to remove that vasectomy. They've trained men and women that us being natural is wrong. Us being normal is wrong, that we got to do all these things. They're telling women, hey, tie your tubes instead of, being responsible with your sexuality. Just like they're telling men, get a vasectomy instead of being responsible with your sexuality. Everything they do always points to money. You know what I'm saying? Give us money. Don't be responsible, because you being responsible takes money out of our pockets. Get a vasectomy, tie your tubes, because if a woman and a man were responsible, they're gonna spend less money. You know, like I used to look at, man, why do they want a woman to have a child so late? You know what I'm saying? I used to look at it and say, man, it's her rights and all that. No, they want a woman to have a child late because they want you to spend most of your life, especially your youth, spending a lot of money, getting into a lot of debt, ignoring the potential of stability. Like there's a lot of women that they've trained that, oh, you're young, you shouldn't be tied down and married to this person or in this long-term relationship. You're going to be missing out on life. They're telling a woman that you're missing out if you don't sleep with more strangers. You know what I'm saying? We live in a society that's against men and women unifying. That's why you look at with what Spec was saying about the tranny thing that's going on, is that they've made women so unnatural. Like, for example, with this abortion thing, if you have women standing up and they're making it look like a lot of women are for abortion, what that's gonna do is it's gonna increase the rate of straight men turning to sleeping around with trannies, because they're gonna look at it and say, hey man, a lot of women are performing abortions anyway. They don't want children, so why not be with a man identifying as a woman that can't have children to begin with? I mean, they're telling me to give vasectomies. A lot of women don't look at it that, everything being done, this is a man-made world. It hasn't changed. Everything women do are based on what men allow. Why would a man allow you to promote abortion so much? Why would they allow all this? We're in a war. The war is man versus man. Even if you put, for example, me and Spec and JP were talking about this. If you have two twins in a mother's womb, two men, two male twins, they fighting for dominance in the womb. Like, who's gonna, you ever notice that when a twin is born, one is born more passive and one is born more, leadership and aggressive. Because in the womb, he was making his little brother his bitch in the womb. So, when he was born, he was already, yo, I'm that dude. I'm that guy. I slapped up my little twin brother in the womb. So when they're born, they're dominant. So a lot of everything being done, and the men know the women aren't, they're not prepared for this, because your votes are based on allowance. Look at Roe v. Wade. Roe v. Wade is the perfect example. The government took women's rights for abortion away federally. And let me ask you something. What can the women do? Nothing. What you gonna do about it? That's basically what Roe v. Wade is. It's basically the government saying you're not men. We allowed you to get abortion. What are you gonna do about it? You gonna march? You gonna protest? They know if they were to remove some men's rights, man, it'd be war. You know what I'm saying? You can remove the rights to be a father. A man has a substitute to that. But if they were to remove a man's right, they know what's gonna happen. You know what I'm saying? So a lot of the women don't understand that you're playing a game with men. And we're the men that we will go to war, and we got history to show you. This country is built on men sacrificing their war during the independence. So the government knows what they're doing. They know the women can't play the mental game with the men. It's mental warfare. But let me play some of these messages. Let's see. I'll start with the oldest guy.
I agree with what you're saying, where you're saying the corporations have their hand in this decision. And why would they, right? Well, think about it. We've seen the trend now where there's less workers in the field. There's more people being independent, more people being entrepreneurs, more people making money off the internet while not actually working a job, more people achieving financial freedom that way. And we see the working the working field getting smaller and smaller. Another 15 years, it's going to be gone. So what do corporations do? They back this. Why? Because they know that it's going to hit indiscriminately across social classes and economic classes. Henceforth, it'll hit people of lower economic classes harder, and that's who you need to subjugate into those positions of employment. Truth, you are holding it down. But you are absolutely right. Listen, youthfulness, attractiveness, it's a marketing ploy, right? That's how come in certain companies that you work, they have all the attractive people working out front, and anybody they deem unattractive works in the back, unseen. So, you're absolutely right by that. We need to look at corporations and why they were backing this decision. But let's also look at, the reason why, these ultra conservatives, even though 18 months ago they said that they weren't going to overturn it, ended up overturning it. And why? Because this whole idea of the great replacement theory has been gaining more and more traction amongst these white nationalists, and now it's becoming more mainstream. And so now here's the idea in white people about the great replacement, and so they want to prevent white women from having an abortion. Regardless of who it's going to affect.
Oh dang! Wow, man, I never heard that one. Wow, that was the white abortion thing. Before I play another message, what's your thoughts, JP, on this the Supreme Court removing this, Roe v. Wade because of it was decreasing the white population. What's your thoughts on that?
I mean, sounds very, very plausible. You know what I'm saying? But I'm gonna yield the rest of my time to the messages and all that. I want to hear the rest of them, if you don't mind.
Oh, I,
You know?
all right, I got you. Well, any quick thoughts on that, Spec, before I play the other message?
Yeah, just real quick, and I've heard that floated out before, and it sounds plausible. But when I look at the numbers on who the individuals are that are doing abortions, most of it is black women and really really poor white women. So
Mm,
that kind of throws a wrench into it for me. It's like and maybe that is the case. Maybe they know that the most poorest white women are going to be forced to have babies, but for the most part, not many, middle class or upper class white women even do have abortions. And the reason why is because they have access to everything. They have access and they have education. They know if they were to get pregnant, they can go run up and get a plan B, or most of the time their own birth control, or shit, fuck it, they probably swallow. That's probably how they get down. But they're not getting into that situation. You know what I mean? It's mostly poor women that are getting to that situation. So that's why I don't believe that. So I would go more, if I had to say why this is the case, there's two reasons why I think. One is because they can make more money off of the prison industrial complex. That's one of the reasons why I believe. And two, I would say bodily autonomy. Bodily autonomy is something that's been discussed the last couple years with COVID. So this could be a precedent for them to start forcing people to do certain things and shit like that. So I'm hoping that the latter doesn't happen, but shit, that could happen, man. I mean, especially with these bullshit ass vaccines that they come out with, they could say, hey, we're forcing you to take this and shit like that.
Hey, man, well said, man. Spec said, man, some of these chicks ain't getting pregnant because they swallow. Let me play. Oh, man.
Wow, that bunny life. Tell me you're a trans exclusionary radical feminist or a TERF without telling me. I think there's a way for you to fight for your own rights as a woman and not exclude people. right? You don't have to become the oppressor because you have spent your life being oppressed. That's what solidarity looks like. And I'm speaking of solidarity. Hello, gentlemen on the panel. I'm speaking of solidarity because the thing that is most alarming about all of this to me is that last year, when everybody was marching for basically the rights of black men to walk in the street and not be murdered and gunned down, there were a myriad of people, mostly black and brown. But there were women in that march. There were women who were heading some of the organizations that were leading those marches, because we fought for the rights of you guys. But where y'all at? I don't see not a word.
Well, here's the thing with that. She brought up something, but here's the thing with women, and this is what happened with the black women and the black men, is that they had black women marching, and me and Spec spoke about this, is you had black women marching with white women for women's rights. You know what I'm saying? It was an oxymoron. You're not even allowed to exist as a woman yet. You know what I'm saying? Back then, you still had segregation, and the black women not even having rights or identified or treated as women yet. You know what I'm saying? And they were marching with the white women for women's rights. You're not on their level. You've yet to receive even close to a level of respect as a human. You know what I'm saying? As a person, and you have black women marching with the white feminists. You know what I'm saying? For rights, for women's rights, when you don't even have rights because you're a black woman. You know what I'm saying? A lot of times, and this is what's happened with what Goddess Robot said, is she, one thing you don't get is that when a black woman marches for with black men, you're marching for black rights. This is where the government has infiltrated and infected a lot of black women's minds, is they think when you march for black men's rights, you're only marching for black men. No, you're marching for the rights of black people. You're marching for the rights of a black father to protect his black daughter. You know what I'm saying? They've done these divisionary tactics, the liberals, where they've set it up. Well, if you march for black men, they should march for you. No, no, you're marching for your rights as a people. The only time that's different is when you got the white men and the white women marching. There's a different level of security. I mean, a white woman never drives outside and thinks, oh, the cop's gonna pull me over. Nah. And then with the inclusionary thing, you can't have everything being inclusive. I mean, the difference between a transgender, let's say a black transgender, whatever, you're being killed for being black. You know what I'm saying? You're being attacked for being black first. And another thing is, you got this whole narrative of protect blacks trans, when that's a super minority. And then the other thing is, that trans whatever, you're a man. Men, you gotta defend yourself. And at the end of the day, a black transvestite won't have any rights until black men have rights to begin with. It's funny how black people will look at white people's rights, but they won't look at it from a logical perspective. That white transvestite has rights because he has rights as a white man to begin with. If you don't get rights from the basic perspective first, you won't have any rights from the alternative. You know what I'm saying? And they're doing all these divisionary tactics, protect black trans men. Yeah, why? You know what I'm saying? You're still that's still a man. And the other thing they're doing is they're basically, a lot of women don't get with what the bunny lifestyle was saying, is this: they're doing all these things for identification because, for example, I worked at some bars or whatever. If a person who's a transvestite says I identify as a woman, they walk in. What they're doing is they're making it legally. They're justifying a way to trick straight men. Well, that transvestite you might have kissed or whatever, you didn't know that was a man. Well, they'd identified as a woman, so your case on this person pretending or not, it's all about tricking straight men. We have a government, and a lot of the legal things being pushed is to trick straight men, legalize tricking straight men, and legalize targeting straight men. You got transvestites saying, I only date straight men. Well, what does that mean? That means you only target and you don't even identify what you are. You're trying to trick. I've worked at bars where you see the transvestite male going after the men that are the drunkest as possible, where they can barely see. And that's what you see the transvestite men usually target when they target the straight men. But now you could just identify as a woman. Well, if that straight man woke up drunk and was actually, was taken advantage of by a tranny, you know what I'm saying? It's legally not wrong. You know what I'm saying? And what happens in the black community is a lot of black men don't play that. You already got enough stress and a target on yourself for being a black man. So you got the cop issue, you got the authority issues, and now you got to worry about some trannies trying to target you as well. You know what I'm saying? And as for inclusive, you can't have everyone be inclusive. This whole narrative of we all got to be inclusive, it's actually censorship and dictatorship. You're not allowed to not like someone because of their sexuality. You're not allowed to not get along with someone because of their religion. This is you're trying to dictate how someone should live their lives. You know what I'm saying? They're using dictatorship by social rights. What they call it, social rights or progression, But what's your thoughts on that, JP? What's your thoughts on this whole you gotta be inclusive and all this stuff, man?
I mean, whether or not somebody wants to be inclusive, man, like, I mean, that's their choice, man. I mean, the fact that you gotta like uh try to tell somebody that this is how I see it, right? If a decision is a good decision, if something's, inherently good, then people should be able to come to the conclusion on their own that it's good in some way, shape, or form. Like you shouldn't have to like shove it down people's throat or try to browbeat them over the head with whatever you believe in and stuff like that. I mean, it's the same thing with like religion and all that. I mean, if it's a really good religion and it's a powerful religion, people, I mean, can naturally come to that conclusion by themselves and all that. Like you don't have to use force and you don't have to use like the inquisitions, the witch hunts and all that to to try to make people believe what you want them to believe in. That's kind of how I see that whole situation.
Oh, yeah. Any thoughts on that, Spec, with the forced inclusion and all that stuff? Everything you gotta be inclusive.
Yeah, so I had a question for both of you guys. Okay, so I know she brought up those movements. I'm thinking she was referring to the George Floyd movement. And so the biggest thing behind it, there were a lot of donations made, but let's keep it 1,000. What happened with those donations? Did they go to big corporations? Did they go in the pockets of did they go in the pockets of any black men or any black families at all? Or did this
No,
money go?
Patrice
Oh
Cullors
no, you can.
took a lot of that money and she bought houses with them. I mean, one of the houses that she bought with the money that she milked off of that situation had an airplane landing strip on it. And it was like, wow. It had like a little private airport on the property. And it's like,
Man,
man,
airplane landing.
Yeah,
Wow.
and that's what happened. That's the thing. I mean, yeah, you might have went to the march. Maybe you were bored. Maybe you didn't have shit to do because it was during COVID, and you see what happened to George Floyd. Yeah, that was. I mean, it's ridiculous. Let's keep it 1,000. Keep it a buck. It was ridiculous what happened. Um, but at the same time, everybody was able to capitalize off of it except for black men themselves. Black men themselves was not able to. I noticed with employers that I worked with, a lot of them started a lot of these what they call it. I think they call it equity, um, diversity, inclusion, and everybody was basically, especially black. I would say black women and transgenders. They were being hired as a result after the George Floyd thing. They were being hired by a lot of corporations, and basically they're talking on behalf of black men. So so what happened is people use the energy from a black man dying, and this has been happening for years. They always use the energy from a black man dying because we are the culture. I'm sorry, we just are the culture. We have some type of energy behind us, and what a lot of these other groups are doing, especially these groups I'm talking about these very leftist groups. I'm talking about your black women that are in these very leftist groups, the black liberal woman, as well as your transgenders. They use that to ride that wave. I mean, we've seen it with Trayvon. We've seen it with Mike Brown. But I don't have the exact amount of money, but let's just say in the billions. In the billions. So there were over billions of dollars that were donated. But the question that I always have is, did it get to how did that benefit? Did that benefit black families? And I'm not just gonna say black men, I'm gonna say black families, period. No, it didn't. And if you go to the Black Lives Matter website, they talked about smashing patriarchy in the prescribed nuclear family. And there was everybody in there except for black men. So everybody was there except for black men. If you go to their website, you see the picture of everybody. You're like, damn, this is a whole big rainbow. Everybody's fucking with each other. Where's the black man? But you were able to make money off of the black man. So that's my issue with when it comes to them. Like, you guys know, I got no issues with how somebody chooses to live their life. I may not agree with it, but I have no issues. If you want to be, if you have gender dysphoria or identity dysphoria, you want to come out and be a computer today. If you want to go and be a man, woman, that's on you. Just don't teach my kids that. Don't have drag queen hours. Don't be reading books to my kids and advocating it to the kids. But what you do is your business, not mine.
Well, I mean, it's to me, one thing you mentioned is, man, I'm gonna tell you where the money went is to me, black men are used as cash. They generate cash with their deaths. I mean, it's all being used to make money. You know, even before Trayvon, look at Emmett Till's death. Emmett Till died for just whistle. And here's the thing: he didn't even whistle at that woman. And when she died, she said she lied. Nothing happened to her. No lawsuits. She wrote a book. No money from that was given to Emmett Till's family. Nothing. You know what I'm saying? As for Black Lives Matter, it's been shown that, man, it's a scam. I mean, it's been shown that not only that woman, she bought a house, but this other Black Lives campaign host bought another house. You know what I mean? It's a scam. Black Lives Matter is for the corporations the greatest gift ever. You know what I'm saying? We don't have to support these black people legally. We just got to put hashtag Black Lives Matter. You know, Nike, hashtag Black Lives Matter, NBA, hashtag Black Lives Matter. $1 billion corporations, and they haven't done nothing legally. You know what I'm saying? It's a false cry for supporting black people. And black men, to me, it shows that also the black men, like JP was saying, we were talking earlier about the black family when the government came in to offer help when really it was a trap. And the black men, man, they didn't, in all honesty, they know the black man in America don't have a spine. You know what I'm saying? Don't have a spine to call out his own. You know what I'm saying? We the only race of people that will say, yep, you black, even though you don't meet our standards. You know what I'm saying? The funny thing about the death of, and it's not even supposed to be funny, but man, it is that Mike, what's his name? George Floyd died, and guess what? In New York, guess what they passed? They passed a law that you can't be racist to Asian people. That's right. George Floyd died for Asian rights. You know what I'm saying? He died and they passed the bill, the anti-hate bill on Asian people.
And you make a good point, man. I forgot all
Um,
about that. That's what happened though. So they capitalized. So everybody capitalized off of it. Think about it too. Do you guys think that and I'm not trying to be political, but do y'all think that Joe Biden would have got elected without that having happened?
mm,
I mean, Joe Biden was going to, basically, I mean, he didn't win the election. Let's admit that part. But I mean, he was going to basically take the White House because that's what the shadow government had planned all along. Like I said, man, it's a dirty, dirty game out here, man. And in this situations like this, man, the world is not a kind place to the ignorant. You know what I'm saying? So that's why we need these type of conversations, bring awareness to people and things of that nature. Uh, like I said, I don't really have much to say about it. I mean, I saw it. Oh, okay, it's just another situation. I mean, we don't even know if the situation was even like racially motivated, like they was trying to push, because that cop and George Floyd, like they've had history that went back years and all that. They used to like work at the same like bars together. I mean, there were stories about, them being involved in like, drug dealing and all that. So who knows what really happened in that situation as far as like the truth of it is concerned.
Yeah, you bring up a good point on that, man. We really don't know. When these situations happen, the first thing that people jump to is, very racial. But there's a lot of things riding in Denmark about this situation. About it, when it occurred. It occurred in May, I think. So it occurred in May. So Gemini, I think it was basically like Gemini. Moon was in Gemini, some shit like that. And the crazy part about it was, George Floyd had a history with Stephen Jackson, and they both were pretty much twins. If you know about Geminis, you know that they're twins, right? And there was other occultic type of resonance with the whole situation. Also, you know, if you watch the tape, I'm not gonna lie, I'm not gonna say that this has something to do with it. I mean, the way that they handled it was bad, but he was on fentanyl as well, so that is something to say. But basically, I just find it interesting that anytime something occurs when it happens with a black man, a black man, then every other group is able to be Machiavellian and they're able to garner some type of come up off of that situation, whether it's the Democratic Party, whether it's Asian, stop Asian hate, whether it's a lot of black women becoming CEOs or getting, they got that Goldman Sachs money. Remember that? They got they got all of that Goldman Sachs money, and it was as a result of George Floyd.
sure. I mean, to me, you gotta look at, the history of the black man. Is that look at I'll use rap as an example. You know what I'm saying? And this is how shameful you gotta look at black ownership. Is that dude? The DJs that make the most amount of money. Now, black people, yes, there's more black DJs than any other type of DJ, but the DJs that are most famous and make the most amount of money, they're not black. Because the black man, whenever he creates something, he gives ownership to it to another race. And the only race of people in America where they look at to lead, they gotta lead with their women in a vicinity of leadership is the black man. Every other race of men, we gonna take ownership of it and we gonna do what we gotta do. You know what I'm saying? Everyone benefits and eats off the black man. Black man makes music, He don't want to own it. You know what I'm saying? I wonder what white label's gonna sign me. Black man makes a movie. You know what I mean? Wants a role for the white company, wants an award from the white company. Everything the black man does comes towards getting validation from other races or making them money. You know what I mean? If you look at the black history, and I mean this is since the 40s and 20s. I was watching something about a musical where they showed Elvis literally took this black woman's song and ran with it. She was writing songs for him, man. The level of blacks, and you gotta look at it as this is a race of people that got away from slavery. They were removed from slavery, but then you go to now you making money for white people by choice. You know what I'm saying? And some people listening to this will say racism and all this crap. That's an ad hominem. Attack that versus it's just the math. Look at the history.
Yeah.
The black man
Hey,
generates
oh,
every other race money.
question.
You know? Yeah.
Remember, did you hear that Kanye West quote where he was saying that, we're still in mental slavery? What's your thoughts about that?
Kanye, man, he was 100% correct. I mean, look at Kanye had a meeting with Trump, the president. Obama never met up with anybody. Obama used to just say, I listen to Jay-Z. I listen to your music. Like he treated black people as second class citizens, unless you were Oprah. But Trump actually interviewed with, Kanye instead of black people looking at it and saying, man, that's big, man. The president actually met up with him and talked to him and Jim Brown, sat with him. You know what I'm saying? And Kanye must have some pull, man, to be that influential that the president will interview all the blacks, say, look at this coon, look at this traitor. And you're like, dude, man, it makes no sense. Like me and JP were on a stereo app with somebody just telling us, vote Democrat. I need y'all brothers to go vote Democrat. And you're like, why? Why the hell would I vote Democrat? Any black man, in my honest opinion, you vote Democrat, man, you might as just start carrying a rope in your house because you agree with it. You agree with the rope and what's happening because we had a black president. He didn't change the laws on drugs. He didn't do anything but make the laws correct for LGBT, increased everything he could, anything except saying, yo, the war on drugs targeted black men, targeted black families. He didn't do nothing. Obama didn't do a thing for black men at all. All he did was get on camera and bitch at times. When Trayvon died, that could have been my son. He looked just like me, man. Shut the fuck up, man. You're the president. What are you gonna do legally? Trump actually sat down and think about the power Trump passed on to Kanye and Jim Brown. Two men sat down before the president, two black men, and they talked to him versus Obama, who would just keep black men at a distance. You know what I'm saying? He would only talk about the rap music he listened to, but you'd never see Obama in an interview or a meeting with a high profile black person. You know what I'm saying? I
Right.
look at the.
This, uh,
Oh, go on.
I mean,
Go on, Jim.
I didn't mean to cut you off, but I think people give the president like way too much power than he actually has. I mean, you got to understand, man. Like what the president says on the campaign trail, like that's just something he's saying to get your vote and all that. I mean, when you look at like how the system's actually structured, like the president really doesn't have that much power. I mean, those are things that are more relegated to like the local and state governments, like those type of situations. I mean, the LGBT thing, I mean, yes, I mean that's like a countrywide thing. So of course, like the federal government's gonna have like jurisdiction over that, especially the executive branch of it. But then it had to get passed by like the legislative, the House and the Senate before the president could even sign it. I mean, so of course, before anything becomes a law, I mean, it has to be filtered through both chambers of Congress, the House and the Senate. So the only reason like the president couldn't do certain things was because it never got brought up in Congress. I mean, but it's like people. for the most part, just kind of skip over that, and they just go straight to, blaming the president for things, just because of how the process is, and like, changing the laws and all that. Unless you want the president to just write a bunch of executive orders, trying to force things that way. But
Oh yeah. Oh, he wrote not to interrupt you. He wrote a lot of executive orders for war and some other things, but to me, man, he didn't even acknowledge anything, even if it was gonna be a law. The fact that you had a black president and he didn't acknowledge anything about black people at all. And the thing is the power he had. To me, Obama was the perfect Trojan horse, man. Obama to me, the Democrats loved it, man. The power he gave them, for example, the biggest power he had was Obama would always use this excuse. Well, we got the House, but no one wants to listen to me, because I'm black. Obama had the greatest excuse, the I'm black excuse to not do anything. The House don't want to do nothing for me. I'm black. You know what I'm saying? We got the Congress, we got the Senate. No, they don't want to do nothing. I want to pass because I'm black. You know what I'm saying? It's the perfect president. The perfect puppet is a puppet where his excuse to doing nothing was his race. You know what I'm saying? Go on, my bad. Were you
Oh
saying
no,
something?
you good. You good. I was just agreeing with you, but yeah, I do think that the president's power is more symbolic than actual. And even if you want to look at it from a symbolic gesture, and you would look at it like, man, this guy here, he was just brought in just to make things a lot worse. I mean, ever since 2008 and 2008, kind of what we was talking about earlier, a lot of these movements, a lot of these super leftist movements, been brought up. So a lot of that, I won't say that Obama did it, but I will say that he had a hand. He had a hand in it. I remember Occupy Wall Street was happening at that time too, and
Yeah.
individuals were actually going to the streets and actually voicing their concerns, and they were actually voicing legit concerns about the Federal Reserve, because the Federal Reserve is really what's keeping a lot of us enslaved, like everybody enslaved, not just one race of people. So it was coming out, and with that, Obama basically, he wasn't a big fan. Of course, he put the caboose on that. He was also the individual that championed gay rights. To me, that's what is, when you look back at Obama 30 years from now, and let's say, for example, you got grandkids or you had somebody from your family asking you, what did you think about President Obama? The only thing that you're going to be able to say is that he was a champion of gay rights. That's the only thing you can fucking say. So, in my opinion, that's all you can really say. You look at the Affordable Care Act, the whole Affordable Care Act. That was, we know that any of the acts by presidents aren't from them. Aren't from them. They're written by somebody else. But that's every president. But when you look at the ACA, Affordable Care Act, what did that really do? That kept some jobs from making you a full-time worker. So maybe they had an employee that was a full-time worker. Now they gave that same employee less hours. So how was that helping the working class individual? It didn't help at all. And then also, if you didn't have health care and you made over a certain amount, you got taxed on your tax return. You got a penalty on your tax return. So, I mean, these were just ridiculous things. And for me, he symbolically, and I'm going to say symbolically, because I do believe what you said, JP, where it is some factions out there that really have power. And even if the president does have power, the president gets their orders from that group. And for him, he was brought in to make a lot of people, especially to put black people and LGBT and all of these different leftist factions together. That's what he was brought in to do. He was brought in for censorship too, and he's still basically promoting censorship, talking about misinformation. And the question is, what the hell is misinformation? At the end of the day, a person takes the support or the evidence. They take evidence or they take support or information that they receive and they give their opinion on it. Now, you may not agree. People may not agree with what another person says, but that doesn't make it misinformation. So anybody to me that's preaching censorship, that's preaching misinformation, they're an enemy of the people. But what they were able to do is because he's a black man, and well, he's a black man, and they were able to get people to go to sleep. But I remember what I was doing in 2008 when he became president. 2008, I was an idiot. I was not black pilled at all. So when he got inaugurated, man, we were popping fireworks. We were doing all type of things. So, but like you said, JP, that is unfair to put all that on one man. But at the same time, symbolically, he brought in this shit that we're seeing now, this censorship, this misinformation crap, this LGBT every fucking where you go. Put it in your face. All of this mainstream leftist shit that we can't get away from at all.
Well, I
Spec,
mean,
you
go on,
said,
JP.
my bad, So Spec, you were saying, man, like, as soon as Obama got inaugurated, man, you started, flexing with the Obama phones and all that.
Yeah. Yeah. Hell yeah. That's how it was, bro. But oh wait.
Yeah, I remember them Obama phones, man. Them things were something serious, man. I mean, but as far as like the whole misinformation thing is concerned, man, like this is basically, them admitting that they think you're stupid, that you can't decide for yourself what's true or false. So now we have to step in and tell you or try to make you believe something to be true and all that. I mean, dude, like that's not, the responsibility of the government to control that. I mean, people got brains, they can think, they can reason, they can verify for themselves whether or not something's true or not. I mean, the fact that, I mean, like, dude, like this is so ridiculous. You know what I'm saying? It's like, and people just go along with it and think it's okay. And it's like, damn, man, you know, it's like, I'm kind of speechless about the whole thing right now. It's like, wow, I mean, just a little bit of thinking, and you'll realize how much of most of this is just BS to begin with. So,
Well, I mean, to me, he brought on, like I tell people, man, and to me, I look at it as either way, the vote had to be done. A black person had to win, but I think we all voted for the wrong person, man. It should have been, and I think he died. It should have been that other black dude who was running with the Republicans. Who, he was a former business-minded man. He was about business, but either way, nothing was gonna happen. Because to me, one thing Obama did, man, he provided the age of censorship when he won Facebook, Twitter, all the big tech giants who all advertise a blue check mark. You know what I'm saying? We all know the Democrats is a blue thing, and my boy even told me you can change the color of your check mark, but it's very difficult. Why is that? Because these blue check marks are all to advertise where they stand, and they stand on the left, and therefore progressive, companies. You know what I mean? Left leaning. Because if you would have, your check mark would have been white or some color that was neutral, but they make it hard for you to choose your alternative color because it has to point to the blue. It has to point to the Democratic Party. And to me, with Obama is he was signing executive orders. He was so popular, man. The whole world was looking at him as, man, we listen to black music, black entertainment. Finally, a black man won, and he's gonna correct everything. So our black artists and people we admire that are black could just be okay for being black people. Instead, Obama, man, no executive orders were signed on ending the war on drugs, ending promotion of destroying the family. You know what I mean? Obama to me will go down in history as, he just he just was a black president, man. He was the first black president, and in all honesty, might be the last, because people are looking at it as he won and nothing. What was accomplished? What did he do that the white presidents didn't do? In all honesty, if you compare Obama to Trump, on a what did he do for black people, you could at least say Trump, with his power and the magnitude of his power, he interviewed Jim Brown, who had a history for fighting for civil rights, and he sat down with Kanye, hanged with him. What president hung with a black person, man? None. And that power
I'm gonna say this.
that
When it comes to
oh,
Trump, I'm not the biggest, I'm not the biggest. I won't say I'm the biggest Trump supporter or anything. But when it came to
oh,
Trump, the tax package that he wasn't perfect, but the tax package, as well as less regulation, the opportunity zones and stuff like that. What that did is, black wealth was going up at the time. At least this is before COVID. So black wealth was like at the highest point that it had been in years. You know, things were definitely heading were better. But I won't lie, when it comes to the Federal Reserve, basically they really run it more than the president. I would say that they kind of run the economy more than the president. And due to the interest rates and stuff being low and all of the money that was being propped into the system, it's kind of hard to tell. But when it comes to just having a lot less regulation, it allows small businesses to get in. I know we had a commenter earlier that was speaking in regards to people being able to start their own gigs and working from home and not having to work for corporations. You're able to do those type of things when regulations aren't crazy. But when regulations get crazy, you got to put up a certain amount of money to even get into business. You got to put up a certain amount of money. Taxes are more, and all of those things, they keep black folks from getting into business. And just his business standpoint, to me, just his business acumen was assisting black folks. And you know what I hate though, guys? I hate when people say, "Oh, this person likes or doesn't like black people." At the end of the day, I look at it like this: is their policies helping black folks? And if you say that he doesn't like black folks, what the fuck would you say Joe Biden? What would you say about Joe Biden, Mister called predators? And he's calling black folks predators. Actually, the author of the bill or the three strike bill. Also, if you don't vote for me, you're not black, and also be caught saying that we're mono, like we can't think for ourselves and shit. Like we all got to think the same way.
the crime bill creator, you sell crack, you get 5 years minimum, but he didn't say nothing about coke. It was the law. He made a law that if you can't afford to sell cocaine, you should serve time for selling crack. I mean, the way I look at it is this, man. Obama had executive orders he could have done, and he was backed by the world. Like when Obama went to France, they treated him better than the French president. Like wherever he went, and you got to understand how much the black man, the culture created has literally taken over. I mean, most of the music people are listening to, fashion, everything. Because to me, black people, man, after slavery, you had what I call a hyper culture, man, where they were like, man, we were slaves, man. We don't have a lot to lean on. We got to make our own culture. And in less than 20 years, man, they created the ultimate. I mean, the rate black people and black men created culture is insane. You know what I'm saying? There's been many races that were slaves, but no race that were slaves such as blacks that literally, man, the stuff they created as a culture, the sound, it's the way they talk, creativity was insane. It's never happened in the history of slavery before where one race was enslaved and culture wise said, you know what, man, we're not gonna go backwards to find our culture. We're gonna permeate and create our own sound, our own culture. The only problem with the black community is all this stuff you create and they give it away for free. You know what I'm saying? It's the only culture also where you'll have them create something and look for white people for awards, Grammys, acting awards, all this crap from people that had nothing to do to create it. I mean, it's as though JP came up with the blueberry storm cake. He came up with it, and he's gonna you know, uh, ask me about whether it's perfect when he came up with it. You know what I'm saying? We're the only culture of people that'll come up with something and ask another race of people if they approve of it and if it's great. It's like the way I look at it, if a black man created a shoe that allows you to fly, you know what I'm saying? He'd look for to a white man to say, "Hey, man, does it work?" You know what I'm saying? He'd look for a white person to credit it instead of his own people. But let me play these messages. Let's see what's going on.
Okay, so the argument that somebody who gets an abortion, do we even want them procreating? That's not really fair. So my half sister had 2 abortions when she was younger, in college. She was very reckless when she was younger. She met her now husband in college. Now she's a Christian, holy roller, doesn't believe in abortion, believe it or not. And she was never told when she got the abortions that she ran the risk of never having children. That is something that is not told to women. Abortions are not that safe. I mean, overall, yeah, it's safer than a hanger, but there are risks that come along with it, one of which you may never be able to have children again. And she says now that if she had known that she risked never being able to have kids, she would not have gotten the abortions. And she would be a great mom. She'd be awesome, but she can't have kids now.
Wow. Oh man. Wow. You see, man, that's why I tell y'all about stereo, dog. You wouldn't be able to get these type of replies on YouTube. You know what I'm saying? But I'm gonna just go to that quick. To me, that would probably be a whole nother thing. But to reply to that quick is that, man, she got older. Women don't think the same based on their age. Depending on her age, she might have had that abortion in her 20s, but around her, late 20s when she about to get 30, her whole mind and the way she thinks changes because now she can't secure her main interest, which is giving birth to a child to keep that man in her life. But I would say this, at the end of the day, any man can make his choice to have a child with a woman that's had an abortion, whatever. But in my honest opinion, if a woman had an abortion openly by choice and then do it was reckless with her sexuality, then what happens, in my opinion, man, my opinion, that disqualifies you from, in my opinion, of having a child. Because now the risk of this person killed something growing in them, how will they treat a child when they have it? You know what I mean? When in the back of their head, there was always that option to delete that child. But I'll ask you, JP, what's your thoughts on that message, man?
I mean, that's what I'm saying, man. Like, people, need to be like informed and make sure they decide what they get into. Now, it seems like her sister just, I don't know, just wanted to get away from the house and, go soar wild oats. I mean, I can't really judge nobody for that because, I've done some pretty crazy things when I was in my early 20s too. I think that's just a young people thing. I mean, it's like we got to start telling, the young people now, like, look, you're in your early 20s, you're going to make some pretty stupid choices, be ready for it. But, and it's just, that's just the way it is. You know what I'm saying? That's all I got to say.
Any thoughts on that, Spec?
Yeah. That is the great part about stereo is that you can get that type of response. Because I wasn't really thinking about that, but I will say, it shows you like the brainwashing or the power of the brainwashing that a lot of women are receiving when they're younger. And I'm not saying that women aren't sexual creatures. I mean, they are. I mean, they're humans. They're sexual creatures. But at the same time, you would have thought that somebody would have like let her know, okay, if you're gonna have sex, you're gonna have reckless sex. Make sure that you're using contraceptions, or make sure that you're using a rubber, or else you're gonna have babies. But the problem is they're telling women that they can have they're making abortions the same as contraception. And abortion, it shouldn't be used as birth control. But basically, the problem is that in these college and these high school circles, is women saying, go out, it's basically a whole sexual liberation thing where, go fuck anybody, go fuck that person because they look good. But let me keep it real though, 100%. If I found out that a chick that I was taking seriously had abortion in the past, I would never want to have a kid with her. And I don't care if she had that abortion when she was 16 or 18, because it just takes a special type of, I mean, at the end of the day, for me, my opinion is, even when I go back to being 18 or go back to being a young person, I never thought that it was a acceptable thing to kill a baby inside of you. I know she probably was brainwashed. People probably told her, "Oh, it's just a clump of cells and stuff like that." But it takes a special type of person to believe. Um, Not saying that she's well. I'm gonna say this. It's just hard for me to reconcile that. I wouldn't be able to reconcile that. So here's my question to Hold the Truth and JP. And I I know that I'm not perfect. I've made a lot of bad decisions, but here's the question to you guys: if you were dating, or if you were in a serious relationship with a woman, you were thinking about procreating with her, and you found out that she had abortions in the past, would that disqualify her?
JP, you could answer that quote first.
I'm sorry, guys. Look, I'm kind of out and about. I mean, I'll get back to it later or something like that. But it's been an honor to hold the truth, Spec. Appreciate y'all, man. I gotta go. I'll holler at y'all.
Oh, no problem. Take
J-
it easy, man.
All right, y'all take it easy.
Thanks for
About the party, man. But well, to me, man, I said it earlier. That's a disqualification. The way I look at it is, if a woman, because to me, I've been telling guys this, man. I look at the point of escalation. If someone's allowed to, you know, uh, kill something growing in them, and they look at that like you were saying is contraceptive or birth control. I was even talking to MD about it, where, man, when a woman has abortions, pieces of that baby are left inside of her, decaying. Think about that. That flesh decaying inside of her. And in today's society, man, with all the information available, I look at it as a cop out when someone says, I didn't know. If she didn't know, then she wouldn't know the difference between safe and not safe sex. You get what I'm saying? The problem we have in this system is a lot of people are turning bad choices into mistakes. The difference between a mistake and a bad choice is, one, a bad choice was chosen. You made that choice. A mistake is when, you Spec asked me to, yo, man, bring me the controller, and I drop it, by mistake or accident, whatever. You know what I'm saying? We're not allowing people to just honor their bad choices. They made a bad choice in life. They got to live with it. You can learn from a bad choice, but when you treat everything as a mistake, that person doesn't have to learn, because a mistake is presumed to be you didn't know what you were doing. You know what I'm saying? To me, the way I look at it, man, with my understanding of birth control, the birth control pill, which literally psychologically messes with a woman's mind and creates an artificial perspective of her having access to a man's sexuality. Because a woman having sex and not getting pregnant, a lot of men don't understand how psychologically damaging that does to a woman's body. You know what I'm saying? A woman wasn't designed to have sex and not carry a child. So when a woman takes birth control and you know what I'm saying, doesn't have a child, now the man in her life, you're no longer that one option anymore. So if a chick slept with a man and used birth control, now all of a sudden her thought is she could replace that man with another man. You know what I'm saying? Then the birth control pill messes with her hormones and her mental stability and all that. She's already messed up in the head. I mean, one thing I was planning to do was a stereo conversation about women. Do we even sleep with women in their natural state anymore? I mean, if a woman's been taking birth control for over 20 years, man, she ain't natural. And the way I look at it is, if I'm a man, and with the amount you got to risk as a man, child support, alimony, imprisonment, you know, why would I have a child with a woman that's had an abortion? That's settling for someone who's reckless with their ability to give life, and then the danger for when she has a kid and she can look at that kid. Like when a mother looks at a kid that's never had an abortion, she looks at that kid as, oh my God, that's my child. But the one that's had an abortion has a side eye where she looks at that kid and said, damn, that's one I kept. Was that the right child to keep? Should I have aborted that kid? You know what I mean? So to me, I look at it as, man, it ain't something I could do. If I ever found out a chick I was with had an abortion and it wasn't because of forced sex, it wasn't because of the man she was with all of a sudden left or ran away and she couldn't keep that kid or something. There was no justifiable reason in my mind. Because yo, Spec, you gotta listen to this one. They've convinced women that if the child, if it isn't 4 weeks, that thing isn't human. You know what I'm saying? The
Oh yeah,
crazy.
the clump they say cells. They say the clump of cells, or they say fetus. The reason why they say those type of things is to take the humanity away from that baby. But I would say you can't even really give her that avenue. That some guy has done that, because what she's going to do is, and we know how women are, she's going to come up with a sob story or a fake story and say that uh, she's going to say that something happened to her, even if it didn't happen to her. So you have to figure out if she's lying or not. You know, it's similar to the story of that chick that was at Holy Cross. I know I'm kind of going with two subjects, but this is just how a woman is. The lady, the woman from Holy Cross, basically, I don't know if you heard about what she did. Basically, she basically got a train. It was a white chick. She got a train ran on her by a bunch of black men, and dude that she was trying to get with found out about it, and she said, "Great, they raped me. They raped me." And
Mm-hmm.
they found out years later that she never got raped. She was just embarrassed that the dude that she was talking to found out. So if you do leave that
Uh,
stone, she will use it. She will say, "Hey, you know, somebody did this to me," or something like that,
uh,
even though she made that choice to get an abortion. But you don't even, especially in a male limitation society like this, where men are being, you know, put on child support like crazy, where relationships, marriages aren't sacred here. You know, people are getting divorced at a 50% clip. So the person that you get married, they gotta have no blemish. I mean, they well, I won't say no blemishes, but the least. You can't. If someone has a huge body count, man, that's a disqualifier. Like, okay, I can deal with you in a sexual manner, but I never be able to take you seriously. Never be able to marry you, especially in this society.
yeah, I mean, to me, you correct. The way I'm looking at it, if a woman had an abortion, let's say her husband died or, you know, war or something, you know what I mean? That's the only way I'd look at it. It has to be, you know, without a shadow of a doubt. the reason must be justified. No questions. You know what I'm saying? No unanswered, no stone unturned, like you said. You know what I mean? But if it's just she did it because she's too lazy to take her birth control, or too lazy to get a day after pill, and you just and the thing is, a lot of women don't get the psychological trauma done to the body. You know what I'm saying? Something growing in you, and the body is signaled, yeah, life, get ready for life. You know what I'm saying? And the body gets that signal, and it's preparing to give life. And what they've done, like you said, they've dehumanized. Because I was talking to somebody, they're like, yeah, well, the fetus isn't a fetus until 4 weeks. Then I'm like, but that's still from a human. You get what I'm saying? That's not a dog
Yeah,
sperm. That's not a horse sperm. That's not a dolphin. That's a human sperm that's gone in her and growing. You know what I'm saying? Even if it ain't a fetus yet, it's in the process of growing bones and all that stuff. That's a life. But we're in a society where dehumanization is key, because you want people to become consumers. What is consumerism all about? Buying stuff at a high clip that has no real use for you. It ain't a necessity. So to get a person into a mindless consumer, you need them to look at life as being worthless. I always tell people, you know, money isn't the root of all evil, man. And eventually the dollar has no mind, the dollar has no thoughts, and the dollar has no life. So to become like the dollar, you gotta become a mindless and no don't value life, man. And what happens is they've trained a lot of these women and prepared them with that in mind, that, oh, it's not a human, it's only 4 weeks. You know what I'm saying? They do all these loops, and it shows you that the mind game a man is playing with a woman is at a higher level that they can't even understand. That's why I look at the female vote. I'm like, as soon as they gave women the right to vote and they said just like men without the responsibility, then it becomes, man, this is all about manipulation and having the government in mind and having a proper filter. Because once you filter out the men, the government become king. You know what I'm saying? The government
yeah,
becomes that. The government becomes the main incentive, and that's why we're in this society. We're at guns, shootings at school, higher clip of abortion, and everybody's acting like, oh my God, the guns, we need more gun control. Where was this gun control in the 80s, the 70s, the 60s? Where was all this gun control? Oh, you didn't need it back then because, manhood was there. And the law of manhood is, what's going to happen. If your son keeps bullying my son, I'm going to take this personal. Now your son might lose his father. You get what I'm saying? It becomes more
yeah,
personal, and another man's going to weigh it out. He's going to be like, yo, son, stop bullying that kid. Stop beating up on him. He fought you. He lost. He tried. You know what I'm saying? Leave him the hell alone. But when there's no father around, that kid's just gonna keep fighting, beating on him, potentially shoot out the
yeah.
whole school, kill everybody, because
But
there's nobody.
you got
Yeah.
kids around them. Now you got kids around them, so the kids around them may videotape that ass whooping, and then put
Mm.
it on the internet, circulate it. So it does get serious, and then that's when you gotta make that choice. Is it better? Sometimes it is better to leave the transfer schools. Sometimes it
Mm.
is better. You keep them in that same environment. It's not going to get any better. At the end of the day, you talk to that other parent, but even after you talk to that other parent, it's hundreds of other parents, other kids that's probably doing the same shit to him if he gets embarrassed. So it's crazy, man. I think a lot of it has to do with, like you said, just not having that the critical thinking isn't there. No more logic. Logic isn't something that's preached. The male life skills is something that is lacking because it's different, man. I remember growing up, man, and with a single mom, and every time my mom got pissed off, she had a temper and she started yelling at people. Imagine if I did that shit. I would never have lived into 30. I would have been dead already. But That's how a lot of women handle it. Not all, but it's a lot of women that shit. I remember I used to go to the store with her and they'll ring something up and she thought it was too high, and she'll say, "Man, over there it said this price." And, I just hated going places with her because even back then I knew that shit wasn't right. But imagine how many kids think that that's the way to go about things. And then next thing you know, they yelling. But if you yell at another man, if you're a man and you yell at another man, your ass is gonna die. I would say a lot of these police shootings, and I'm not trying to absolve all the police from everything that happens, but if you take a look at them case by case, a lot of them have something to do with the male not having the skills, the male life skills to go away from that situation. Because at the end of the day, okay, your life is in this guy's hands. I'm not saying be a hoe, but don't say anything. Don't say anything. Give your ID. If that police officer does something or violates your rights, what you need to do is you need to get a lawyer. You get a lawyer and you take care of that situation. You fight that after because you're going to be able to live another day. But what I see guys fighting or talking to cops or running from cops. I mean, if you're running from a cop and then you turn around, you giving him the reason to shoot you. And especially like if you grown up and you've been told that the police is a threat to you. If you thought that, then you would basically go about that situation differently. And to me, that's when a man would speak to that boy and let him know, okay, in these situations, you're going to live to fight another day. We're going to fight this shit in court. We're going to fight, we're going to fight the hell out of this in court. So yeah, so it's crazy to me. But I did want to bring this up. Did you hear about there being a run on Plan B pills? Like there's no Plan B pills at a
What
lot
you?
of the drugstores. A
Yeah,
lot of
I
people.
heard. Oh, go on. My bad.
No, you can go. You can go.
Yeah, I heard. They even taking out Plan B, man. The rumor I heard is some states are taking that out, where they're not gonna allow that to be sold. That's where I'm like, yeah, there's an agenda behind this. That right when the
Oh no, no.
American.
What I'm saying is this, and that may be the case. You may be right on that, but it's a lot of women that are going up there and buying a lot of Plan B. Like they buying
Mm,
hella Plan B, and now they had to put a limit on how much Plan B you can buy.
ah,
But there
so
were women going up there and buying like 60, 70 boxes of Plan B.
damn, yo, Spec, man. I think you just pointed out something to invest in the stocks, man. That Plan B stock. Because if you can't get an abortion now, Plan B sales gonna skyrocket. You know what I'm saying? And sales for because we're in a what I mean, we're in a society that's all about simplicity, not about responsibility and accountability. I mean, Plan B is gonna skyrocket where abortion ain't legal. Well, it'll prevent women from experiencing carrying something in their body and killing it, you know what I'm saying? But it's still gonna have some psychological damage. Because I remember on stereo, I was talking to a lady. She sent me a message and said, when she tried to get Plan B, they interrogated her at the pharmacy, like, why are you trying to get this? It's more harmful for you than birth control. It's stronger because the pharmaceuticals don't want a woman to get away from birth control. It's like I said and I did this stream on stereo way back, probably a year ago. A lot of women don't even know. And I was talking to that woman and she told me she didn't know. She didn't know that birth control affects her hormones. It even affects the way she thinks and feels. Like a lot of women on birth control don't even know that they're not in a state of normality. They're not even normal. You know what I'm saying? The amount of psychological damage birth control does. Like I heard what birth control does is it tells a woman's body that she's pregnant. You know what I'm saying? So she shouldn't be having another children. So it affects the way she interacts with men. You know what I'm saying? Mood swings. The amount of effect that's why I tell a lot of men in the West, and I think this has to do with femininity too. Like when you meet a woman from a foreign country where they're not using birth control, they tend to be more calm, more in their womanhood. But you meet them in the West and you're like, something's off. They're more quick to be angered and more quick to be, aggressive because that woman taking all that birth control, she's not even in a state of naturalness. That's why I say, man, I ask a lot of guys in the West, how many men here have slept with an organic woman, as in she's not on birth control, she's not taking anything that's messing with her psychologically. And I guarantee over 90% of men haven't slept with or even been on a date with a normal woman. You know what I'm saying? She's not on birth control. She's just responsible for her sexuality and doesn't need that. You know what I mean? And she's just normal. You know what I mean? So that was something I was gonna do probably later on is conversation about the organic woman and the processed woman because you live in a society where the women are eating organic food but they're not living an organic life. I mean, she been on birth control since before high school. So, that woman in her whole life doesn't even know how to feel her own organic emotions. You know what I'm saying? There's just so much going on, man. You know what I mean? And these type of conversations, it's crazy that me and you are having a conversation that was supposed to be had in school with physical education. That's how unhonest the average school is. They won't even educate a woman on the side effects of birth control. Because I remember when I was in high school, they just said, yeah, birth control prevents a woman from getting pregnant. They never talked about it messes with your hormones. You know what I mean? The amount of things it's doing to women that they don't even exist in a natural state. You know what I mean? Their choices, like I heard, even the men she's attracted to, it affects. Like I said, a woman will get pregnant by a man. She'll have sex with a man on birth control. When she takes it, when she stops taking it, she realizes, yo, she was never into that man. You know what I'm saying? The hormones were off or something like that. So there's a lot of things going on, but I'm gonna play the messages. But I'm gonna say this though, you're right, man. I would say if anybody's investing in stocks, man, yo, man, that Plan B is about to make a lot of money, a lot of money. You know what I'm saying? But to me, Roe v.S. Wade and all these states making abortion illegal, it's a business call. The American population is below replacement. I heard the rumor is, I think the number is every American family is having less than 2 kids at the household now. So you can't even have a replacement rate. So now all of a sudden the replacement rate is low. Now all of a sudden the Supreme Court wants to take away Roe v. Wade. You know what I'm saying? It's about the population and money. You know what I mean? That's all it's always been about. The government never does anything for the best interests of the people. Never. You know what I'm saying? Because if it did, we wouldn't have racism. We wouldn't have all the bullshit we have now. You know what I mean? It's the year 2022 and you still hear people getting shot at and killed like it's the year 1950 or 60. And one thing you brought up when you said about running away from the cops is that's the sign a kid don't have a father. Why would I run away from the cops, turn my back to where they can get a clear shot and aim at me? Then the other thing is if I'm a cop and I see a suspect running into an alley, I don't know if he's going to get a weapon. You get what I'm saying? Getting a gun or getting something to, retaliate. That's how you can tell a lot of these boys weren't raised with a father because they're not even thinking tactically. Why would you run away from a cop where you can't see what they're doing? You know what I'm saying? You're gonna get shot. You're gonna get killed. And then if you're a cop, and we all know they might be going to turn around the corner to get some guns. You know what I'm saying? Not that a cop should shoot you once you run away. You know what I mean? It's just you're creating that situation. But let me play these questions so we could wrap this up quick. Let's see here.
I love who said that they weaponized the female. I've been saying that for a while now. And and to add to that, what they used is they used the very thing that they was deprived of as bait to get them aware and excited and motivated about their rights and independence. And I get it. But you're 100% right. Women have been weaponized to do exactly what you see happening right now. And they won't stop because, it's working.
Oh man, wow, man! I was gonna play all. I'm gonna play them all, but I'm gonna just touch on this. I think we gotta touch on this quick. Is that a lot of women, and we get this a lot in the black community, where a lot of the black women will say to black men, what can we do together? How can we come together and fix and save the black family? But the truth is, the women need to do something. For the black men to get invested, the women have to provide an olive branch that you're actually gonna care for your black men. Because the problem with the black women and black men connecting, why there's a great divide, is that the black men have moved forward. Like if you look at black men's, I remember I was on Facebook before Facebook became super censored. I said the black man and the black woman aren't physically compatible anymore. Because if you just look at the hair, the black men are moving more towards natural. You see all the natural hairstyle and we proud of what we are. Then you look at the black women, you see the polar opposite. You seeing weaves, you seeing self-hatred and the promotion of another man's genetics. And the genetics of straight hair come from non-black men. It's usually from whites, Asians, Indians, any man that isn't black. You know what I'm saying? That's where a lot of the non-straight hair genetics comes from. And to me, for the black women to provide an olive branch, they got to prove to black men that you don't approve of what your great grandmothers did. You don't approve of what the black women that came before you did. You know what I'm saying? The black women that threw out the men for the government, threw out the men in their household, the father for their children, for the government. And to me, the black women got to prove is you got to go up to the law. And the only way black men will ever unite with the black women is if they see the black women march for the legal issues, the legal issues of, Planned Parenthood, the family court. Like if black women were to march and say, yo, we don't want, because a lot of women don't even know that family court will put a man on child support even if the woman didn't want it. You know what I'm saying? Just so the government can make some money. If black men were to see black women go up to the law and say, you know what, child support should be something based on our income. You know what I'm saying? Divided between us both, because that child is of both of us. If black men see the women legally march to remove the sins of the women before them, then you'd see a unification. Because right now, man, I don't know if you see it, Spec, but I see a lot of black men, at least when it comes to their state of being, they're moving straight towards the path of naturalness, where a black man, their hairstyle, a lot of the stuff black men do is paying respect to their genetics. You know what I'm saying? They're still messed up in the head, you know what I'm saying? But then you look at the black women and you're like, man, they're still moving in the past. It's like the black men left the black women in the 50s. You know what I mean? In the 50s, black men had perms and were doing all this damage that basically made them passive. Like I look back at the Jerry curl and I'm like, man, that's an era of shame. Like you had Jerry curls to make your hair straight and curly, You know what I'm saying? You were just idolizing the genetics and DNA of another man, another race, which predominantly white, Asian, any man that just has straight hair, you know. But what's your thoughts on that message of the women being weaponized, you know?
Oh yeah, yeah, that's accurate, man. Yeah, women, they have been weaponized against men. I believe that the black society was the petri dish, and they were able to kind of use like our self hatred against ourselves. The Great Society and stuff, by Lyndon B. Johnson. That was a program that was administered to give the government more power and to see what would happen if they gave the government more power, if they'd be able to destroy the cohesiveness of the black family. And we saw what happened. It just deteriorated year after year. But it was done also, for 20, 30 years later for it to happen to every other culture in America too. And now we see it seeping into the white community as well. So the issues that we have now, um, as men and women, the gender dynamics and stuff like that, it's not just with the black woman. It's with it's a Western problem. So it's a problem that's going on in the West. Any man that decides to date here in the West, they're going to have to face it. For me, it is a black pill podcast, so I got to keep it 1,000%. The black pill is just keeping it honest, just keeping it truthful. And for me to be truthful, I think that these issues can't really be reconciled. I don't think that there's anything that can be done to reconcile these issues. I just see a lot of guys, a lot of individuals that want to have families and want to have a productive family in which they can play an instrumental role and they can become leaders. They're going to go um, out overseas and they're not going to bring their woman back. They're going to study the laws where they go and they're going to make sure that yeah, there's no unicorn. Those guys understand that there's no unicorns, but they'll be able to play the type of role that they want to play. And there's kids like here in the West, that's not happening. I mean, if you have a kid, you basically expect that woman can no fault divorce you really quickly and stuff like that. And next thing you know, she can have kids by somebody else, and she could have multiple babies, multiple fathers for the child, and that is a whole nother can of worms. So that's my opinion on the whole thing. Yeah, they have been weaponized. It all goes back to economics. It all goes back to destroying nuclear family. You destroy nuclear family because you destroy the man's motivation. If a man isn't able to obtain the wife that he wants to obtain, or he isn't able to get the woman that he wants, usually a lot of men are going to lose motivation. And that's what we're seeing now in the West. A lot of guys, they're laying flat. They're becoming what's called needs. They're not becoming educated. They're not doing the things that, previous generations did because they don't see any benefits in it. So that's my opinion.
Oh yeah. Well, I mean, you brought up something, and a lot of we got two women listening, whatever. The thing is, and here's the thing you said that's true is the law ain't gonna change. We're talking about trillions of dollars, you know, corporations and the government weaponize women. The question for a lot of women now, and this is the question that proves if a woman loves a man and actually wants to be that man's wife and, puts him above everything is the biggest question women in the West, and when we say the West, we talking about America, Canada, Australia, London, whatever, that's the West. The biggest question a woman has to answer is if you love a man, the only way now to prove it is you're gonna have to move out of this country for that man. You can't change the laws anymore. You can't change the law. So a lot of women if they want to really prove they love a man now, and I think it's going to start happening, because I've seen a lot of couples, expats, where they move overseas together. A lot of women are going to have to decide, because what's going on now, the West is so bad that women that move here, like a woman back in the 90s, a woman that came from Colombia, the man here would marry her saying, oh, she's more feminine or she's more like a woman. But now the West, men are looking at it as soon as a woman enters here, she's poisoned. She's become poisoned by the feminist laws, the pro abortion is an achievement. I mean, they treat abortion here like you won an award. So they're the decaying of female nature here. So a lot of women here gotta answer a big question. And the men here are gonna test you, and the test is gonna be if you really love me and wanna be my wife, you're gonna wanna take me over this country. And if you gotta take me over this country, it's gonna be, hey baby, I'm moving to Jamaica. Let's say the laws in Jamaica are different than here. I want to start a family, but I'll only do it in Jamaica. I'll only marry you in Jamaica. I'm just using Jamaica as an example. I'll only marry you in Colombia. I'll only marry you overseas. And the question for a lot of women here is going to be, if are you gonna take that man's offer? Because the only way to protect your family now is to have a family overseas. America has shown that they're willing to go after your children at school. They went after your children with HDHD, giving them medicine, drugging them up in the school. Like a lot of they do this false advertisement where they say, well, the gateway drug is marijuana. No, the gateway drug dealer is your nurse. Your nurse at the school that's prescribing Ritalin, that's prescribing what I'm saying, ADHD medicine. You know what I'm saying? That's the number one drug dealer in America. The number one drug dealer in America is your school nurse. You know what I'm saying? Number one drug dealer. You know what I'm saying? And what's going on in America now, the man in the West is looking at women here, and Spec, you said it, they're looking at them here. As soon as a woman enters America, she's been poisoned. You know what I'm saying? The poison is sex is now a toy, it's just a game. You swipe left if you want to have sex with a stranger, you swipe left, you know what I mean? I mean, left if you don't, whatever. So what's happened is the men here are looking at this country as poison. And even the women, I've seen it where the foreign women are suffering now. The foreign women come here with her let's say she's from Jamaica. She comes here, Jamaican woman, that's a very patriarchal country, and the men here aren't going to marry her. They're not going to settle with her because they know the law in America don't change, and the poison. This is a country. All the commercials are all about. You got what they call that body positivity movement, where they're telling women being unhealthy is positive, being overweight is positive. You know what I mean? As long as you can buy clothes and try to look sexy, you're perfectly healthy. A lot of men are looking at this country and saying, if you're not willing to marry me outside of this country, have my child outside of this country, then you don't love me. You don't really want to start a family. You don't really care about it. Because if the priority was having a husband and starting a family, then the location wouldn't matter. And I think a lot of women in the next 5 to 10 years are gonna be up for a rude awakening. And the rude awakening is, if you're not willing to move for that man and live literally in a country for that man, then you're not gonna get married. You know what I'm saying? And I see that happening up here in the West, man. There's a lot of expats, a lot of men getting their passports. And if a woman ain't willing to take that passport and move with you, then she gonna suffer the case of being in America, is being trapped here where every man here is looking at you with a look of fear because they know the law is right behind you. They know that marrying you is that, getting on one knee is actually a man volunteering to be sacrificed. Because if you can't lead your relationship, you can't be a father to your kids. You can't be a father to your kids looking at your wife for approval, looking at her to approve everything you do. Yeah, hey honey, I want to move them to a private school. Well, she don't approve that. You know what I'm saying? I want to take him to an all boys school. It's going to be better for him. She don't approve that. If a man can't be a father and a leader in a relationship for his children, then he's starting to look at it as, man, I'm just volunteering for a job where I don't get paid, and the only raises I get is suffering, alimony, child support, or literally imprisonment. Because as I like to mention this, there was a guy, he said he was a father of three, did his job, came home one day, his wife just put him on a restraining order, and he can't see his kids anymore. Did nothing, he was a good father. This is the country we're in now, you know. But let me read the messages. My bad for the long message, whatever. You read, let me play the next.
And you're so right. It's that bullying thing, man. The difference when we grew up is that if you were getting bullied, right, by the time 3 o'clock hit, it was done, right? 3 o'clock hit, you went home. You didn't have to worry about that for the rest of the day. Yeah, maybe tomorrow you gotta worry about, okay, I have to deal with this again. But for the most part, when you went home, that's it. You had different friends, whatever. But these days, it don't end. They get on social media, then they get everybody else to bully up on you, and then it gets out of hand. What they call the cyberbullying these days. And I feel kind of sad for kids who have to deal with that, man. I mean, we didn't have to deal with that.
By that same token, men's rights have been eroded at toxic masculinity. Oh, so a man's not allowed to be strong anymore? Is not allowed to, hold the line anymore? The first thing it did to deteriorate the family is toxic masculinity. The man is the protector of a family. The woman protects the child, right? Well, if there's no more men to protect the women and children, then they attack the women. Well, and now we have... It's so back-ass words. And then now telling men, oh, you could be women can be men. But now you've redefined what those even mean and taken away the definition. So how can anybody be anything? Well, I guess nobody is anything, huh? I'd like to say that I grew up in New York City and I went to the Pride parades as a kid. My godfather, who was a gay black man on the Lower East Side, helped to raise me. I was in the LGBTQ community as a kid, and it was never forced upon me. It was never something that was like, oh, you definitely should explore this. It was just part of life, right? And I remember going to parades, and at no point in time over the years of me going as a kid and even as an adult do I remember men being completely naked on bicycles or marching. Nobody was completely naked. What I saw in this year's Pride Parade in New York City, I have to admit, made my stomach turn. We had men completely naked in front of little children, like young girls. And you could see some of their faces where they just look confused. It's gone to a whole different level.
That is true. They do tell you that you're missing out on life. But if you're a mother, your role is to mother, to nurture, to teach. But somebody came in and said, that's not your role. Get your ass out the house and get a job because you don't need a man. That's exactly what happened. Great, great rising, brothers. That's because it's so readily available. If it was not readily available, maybe people would make more conscious decisions regarding the choices that they make with regards to sex before marriage. Great conversation, fellas. Great conversation.
Yeah, that can't possibly be true, though, because in the marches, at least where I live, there were people of all colors, all backgrounds, all ethnicities in those marches. So, does every other ethnicity understand solidarity and just black people don't, or what? I don't understand. Oh, sorry, I was confused. I thought that you guys are having a charitable conversation, but I'm hearing just transphobic, homophobic, sexist rhetoric as your talking points. So there's no way to actually have this conversation. Do have a good day, and I hope you find it.
Oh, that was expected, man. That comes with it. As soon as you're talking from a perspective that doesn't promote that we should all be forced I'm gonna tell you something, man. And Spec, I don't know, you might not agree. Some people might call me a coon, or some people might disagree with this. But in all honesty, I think, freedom of speech. Let's say I'm walking across the street and a white guy just yells at me, "Yeah, hey, you nigger, get away from me, you nigger." And I'm like, dude, he's free to say what he wants. But that just alerted me to stay away from that person. The thing with freedom of speech is there's a cause and an effect. If you talk to people with disrespect and what I mean, you openly, disrespect them, they're gonna stay away from you. But it's freedom of speech, just like just like some other black dude who's across the street just calls me, "Hey, yo, nigger, man, get the fuck away from me." He's free to say that. It just means that I'm gonna stay away from that person. The problem is we're in a country now where, as you could see from that goddess robot message, is that we're in a country now where they promote dictatorship by progressiveness. They're trying to force you to be comfortable with things you're not comfortable, especially as a straight man. They're telling straight men now, well, if you're comfortable in your masculinity, if you're comfortable in your sexuality, you're gonna go to these parades, LGBT. No, I'm straight. There's a line. The line, once you're a straight man, the line is, I don't participate in anything that isn't of my sexuality. Because for me to participate in it is to basically compromise my sexuality. And we're in a country now where they're only being what's that word where they tell you everything. They're only being it's not trans, what is it when they're telling you the whole truth. I forget the word, but the thing is, we're in a society now where you watch a movie and they're telling you the rating. It's rated R. It's gonna have violence and aggression, but they're not telling you the sexuality featured. Everything now is against the straight man because the straight man represents a threat, and that threat is that he will be a leader. He will be the voice of his family. You know what I'm saying? And what they're doing now is they're demonizing being straight. They're saying you're sexist. And here's the thing about being sexist, nothing wrong with it. The truth is, I as a man, I'm not threatened by no women. You know what I'm saying? You could get 5 women to come attack me. I'm gonna look at them and say, yeah, those are women. They're weaker than me. They weigh less than me. Even if a woman weighed more than me, most of her body structure is usually fat, not muscle. You know what I'm saying? You just crack her once and it's done. So they telling men you're wrong to be sexist. Then when women are being sexist, like a woman saying, well, I walk outside and I don't feel safe at night, you know what I'm saying? Because, men will be coming at me and they're stronger than me, they might overpower me. Isn't that being sexist? That's and being sexist is usually being honest. It's usually being honest about the difference between the sexes. And what's going on now is they're using dictatorship practices. It all happened when Obama became president, man. When Obama became president, all the left literally signaled we own everything. We own Facebook, we own Twitter, we own Instagram, we own all your social sites, so you have to be inclusive. You're not supposed to be inclusive, man. The thing is this, if you don't like something or you don't like someone, even religion, if you don't agree with someone, if you're a Christian and you don't like spending time or talking to Muslims, yo, that's your prerogative, man. This inclusive crap, it's really them using dictatorship. They're trying to dictate what we should like and shouldn't like. You know what I'm saying? And trying to pass it on as freedom. Well, we should all be inclusive. No, we shouldn't, man. There's some shit I don't like. And due to my sexuality, just like a gay person, you know what I'm saying? I love how they say, well, you straight people need to be inclusive, but how come there's a gay bar for only gay people? How come there's gay movies for only gay people? You know what I'm saying? Where's the inclusivity in that? It's so easy to point out the hypocrisy. But in reality, man, it's really, that's their sexuality. That's who they're marketing to. You know what I mean? That's why I don't really watch movies as much anymore, because I know they're not gonna put in the ratings the sexuality featured. They won't say the film will feature lesbians, the film will feature, LGBT, the film will feature straights, gays. They're not as truthful or upfront about that. But what's your thoughts on this whole, I think we might have touched on it, but what's your thoughts on her saying we're phobic because we're just
Yeah,
being honest?
I get sick and tired of hearing that shit, man. I've been hearing that shit for too damn long. Phobia means that you fear something. I don't fear a motherfucker's choices. Whatever they want to do, they can do. It's none of my business. It's just when you promote the agenda and you act like your way is the only fucking way. Somebody can disagree with the way I live my life. I'm a heterosexual black man. Man, some people can hate that. Some people can hate that. That's their right, and that's my opinion. I'm not gonna force my way of life on anybody. But basically, what I would say is, I don't know what she, um, I don't know, she or he, whatever, found transphobic. I'm not sure what it was. Maybe it was because I said that they can't play in sports with women. But how is that even a controversial statement? I mean, a man and a woman has different bone structure. Even the most rudimentary person would tell you that. I mean, for me, there's a big difference between the two. And, Ray Charles can see that shit. So I don't understand what we said that was really transphobic. We didn't say that they should be treated differently. We didn't say that at all. But what I will say, and I know that what they try to do, and they're very smart, they're very Machiavellian. They try to use this solidarity thing. They say, hey, we want to be, and so we want to be. It's kind of like other races. Other races say, hey, we're minorities too, because they want to take that shine. But I've never been that type of person to be about victim narratives anyway. I'm more of the Booker T. Washington. Cash your pail down and do for self. That's who I am. I don't play the victim Olympics, and I know a lot of the transgenders. That's basically what they want to do. They want to say, "Hey, we're the most victimized." But if you're the most victimized, why are you being celebrated by corporations every time you look up? Because corporations aren't going to. You're not on the fringe of society anymore. Like in the past, maybe you were on the fringes of society, but now you're mainstream. Your plight is mainstream. But that's a choice. Being transgender, that's a choice. I'm sorry, that's a choice. I didn't make the choice to be black. Nobody made the choice to be whatever race that they are. Nobody made that choice. And, I'm not inferior. I don't have to play the victim Olympics because I'm not inferior. I'm just as smart as anybody else, no matter the race or the gender that they are. So that's what I wanted to say about that.
Oh yeah, I mean, you touched up on something big. That's where you said you didn't have a choice, man. You don't have a choice the race you were born. We're in such a pro body dysmorphic country, man. You know what I'm saying? That people don't get it, man. This is a country, as soon as you turn on the TV, they tell you something's wrong with you. You know what I'm saying? You got children, you got little girls before they're even 13 wearing makeup. The amount of pro body dysmorphic and lack of self confidence and self awareness. We live in a society where everything's about promoting your decaying as a person, like lack of confidence and all that. And to me, where you had that goddess robot got offended is when I said, hey, we black men that are being attacked or whatever, you don't got time to be marching for you shouldn't be upset that you as a black woman march for black men. You're marching for your father, you're marching for your uncle, you're marching for your future husband, whatever. You know what I'm saying? That's where the vision, because they've convinced, black women for the last 40 years to see black men as a separate entity rather than we're one. You know, every other race, a white woman knows every time a white man wins, she wins because that's the father of her children, that's her cousin, that's her father, that's her uncle, that's her brother. They win. You know, I remember Ice Cube when he was trying to negotiate with Biden, and you have Vivica Fox, who has her own talk show, who doesn't qualify to talk at all. But she had a talk with Ice Cube, and she said, "Well, Ice Cube, these things you're talking to Trump, you want to talk to Trump and Biden about. How does this help black women?" And Ice Cube looked flustered. He's like, "This is to help black people." You know what I'm saying? They've made black women identify as a separate entity. You know what I'm saying? Where whenever a black man wins something or it's seen as a negative, it's seen that you're taking shine away from the black women rather than them looking at, yo, the men win, we win. Because if your men can't lead, that means that child you're gonna have everything. The father can't lead, so the father can't protect
Hey,
that
question,
kid.
hold.
Yeah,
Hello? Question.
yeah, I'm listening.
Um, you remember when Ice Cube was talking about a agenda or something that he was going to approach
Yeah.
Trump with, and he went to
Mm-hmm.
that. I forgot what that show is called, Fox Soul. So he went to Fox Soul, and basically they asked him, "Oh, what's the agenda for black women? What is it going to do for black women?" He said that
Mm-hmm.
for all black folks, and those black women looked at him like he was an alien. I'm
Oh,
talking about
yeah.
Vivica Fox. He said that this is for
Yeah.
all black people.
There it is. Yeah, yeah. They've that's what Ice Cube was talking to them, and the black women just said, "How does this help black women?" And he was writing a paper to help black people. That's what's happened. This is what happens, and you could tell. That's why I say for the black women, man, the only way to mend this fence between black men is you got to prove and you got to be honest that yo, the black women before you their sins you don't agree with. I mean, the fact that the black women marched, and I remember looking up this photo where you see black women marching with white feminists. And you're like, how does this help you? You're not even seen as a human yet. You're not even allowed to drink in certain fountains. How does this help you? You know what I'm saying? It doesn't help you to march with the white women that already got human rights. You don't even have human rights yet. When the white women were marching, the black women should have been, man, we gonna be with our men and figure out what they're trying to do. You know what I mean? Because this don't concern us. Because now what they've done is you got these corporations with a quota. They'll hire one black woman that says she counts as a woman and a black. It's a way to them to prevent your husband, your son from getting a job. You know what I'm saying? So they get these bonuses for hiring a few while denying many. You know what I mean? And that's what's going on. And to me, with what's going on, and it's never gonna change because that Vivica Fox I saw was Vivica Fox. It was even this actress that Ice Cube helped, and she was looking at him crazy. You know what I'm saying? The division between the black man and the black woman, even with the elections, more black
Lisa
women
Ray,
voted
you
for
talking
Hillary.
about Lisa Ray? I think
Yeah, Lisa
right.
Ray. Yeah. Yeah, Lisa Ray was even against Ice Cube, and he gave her her acting job. You know what I'm saying? It's even with the voting, like Trump got more votes from black men than and most black women voted for Hillary. This is Hillary who said black children are predators. Hillary who brought fucking hot sauce. This is how much she respected black people. She brought hot sauce to the Breakfast Club. I always keeps a jar of hot sauce in my purse talk use that slave voice. Oz always keeps a hot sauce bottle with me. You know what I mean? It's same person. Hillary was a president, legally did nothing. The amount of damage the Clintons, in all honesty, Obama was the sequel to the Clintons, man. Bill Clinton signed that crime bill. He removed the rights for black people to host their own radio stations. I don't know if you remember that law. I looked it up where they canceled the ability to have freedom radio stations. So freedom of speech was ended by Clinton, where he ended the right to have a freedom of radio. You know what I'm saying? And Obama came and destroyed. He finished the job of the Clintons. He forced Obamacare, so small businesses can't hire people. Cause yo, I remember the early 2000s, man. I had homies working 90 hours. Like he was doing 90 hours a week to save money for a car. Nowadays, you can't even work like that. You can't work like that no more. Let me see if somebody wants to join. Ellis, you know, what's up, man? Oh, you left with it. Yeah. But you know, they basically, man, they wouldn't allow you. Obamacare killed the independent jobs. Then with COVID-19, you know, COVID was the nail in the coffin because it forced all these jobs to close. You know, shit is crazy, man. But let me play these last messages.
Of oil. Shall I give my firstborn for my transgression, the fruit of my body for the sin of my soul? He has shown thee, O man, what is good. And what doth the Lord require of thee? But to do justly, and to love mercy, and to walk humbly with thy God. The Lord's voice crieth unto the city, and the man of wisdom shall see thy name. Hear ye the rod, and who hath appointed it? Are there yet the treasures of wickedness in the house of the wicked, and the scant measure that is abominable? Shall I count them pure with the wicked balances, and with the bag of deceitful weights? For the rich men thereof are full of violence, and the inhabitants thereof have spoken lies, and their tongue is deceitful in their mouth. Therefore also will I make thee sick in smiting thee, in making thee...
No, it's funny you say that. I did not know that these women did not know that it actually messes with your hormones, because obviously they don't read books, because when you get the birth control, it comes with a pamphlet. And it literally tells you which hormones that it messes with. There's a whole little diagram on the paper. So obviously they're not reading what they're taking and just taking the shit. And then I wonder what women are you even messing with who did not know that it's a hormone drug that affects your hormones. Like, man, I don't know. I'm a Midwest woman. We got it different up here. We actually read books.
Hey man, truthfully speaking, ain't joking around. But yeah, I
Yeah,
mean,
yeah, she makes a good point. It does say it right on there. It's like a cigarette smoker, right? Cigarette smoker that gets lung cancer, like, and they're like, oh, you know, I didn't know what cigarettes could do. When it says it right on the box, you know, that, you know, smoking these cigarettes or ingesting these cigarettes could have deleterious effects and stuff like that. So yeah, it is hilarious. Hilarious.
oh yeah, yeah. Ellis, what's up, man?
Guys, sorry about that. I don't know why it kicked me off. So I saw your group and found it interesting. I wanted a question about the feminists. Like, I noticed whenever I meet women, right, they get so comfortable so quickly, and they start being rude and mean. And like, I even have this experience where if I go to a foreign country, right, and I start talking to the women, I try to date them, and then they because I'm English speaking, they start getting becoming rude, and they start thinking like I think they start getting jealous because like I'm from the same country as them, right? But because I grew up in the West and I'm English speaking, they get some sort of I don't know how to say it. You know what I mean?
Resentment?
Saying, mm,
Did you say resentment or jealous or the envious?
Yeah, they become like jealous and they start competing instead of being in a relationship and like just flowing, right?
mm.
It's I
Depends
feel like
on what. Oh, go on, my
I
bad.
feel, I feel like that's the death of motherhood too, because they can't even be in a relationship anymore. They just They just start being rude and getting comfortable being rude. Sorry, I interrupted you.
Oh, you're right. I mean, it depends on I don't know the country you were talking about, but it depends. What happens is a lot of the women overseas, and this is why I say the West is poison, man. You gotta remember that American television is being watched in all other countries. So a lot of the women, when you go to another country, they expecting you to take them back to the West, and then they start behaving like the women in the West, like the laws. Because I mean, a woman in the West, you
Mm,
know, fully speaking, she more in the South. So there's certain areas in America where the incentives to destroy that level of morality, because I think a lot of women in the South and the West still cook. They still do feminine things, unlike the women in the North. But I think
But
when you
sometimes
went
in the
over,
South, not the
hmm?
West. I don't think the West. But the question, you know, what question I have for Ellis? Where
yeah.
you don't have to doubt yourself or anything, but where are you from originally?
From the Middle East.
Okay, Middle East. Okay,
I think I'll get it. Yeah, well, they probably think, man, you're gonna take them back to the West, and they've seen the TV, and a lot of men in the West, like you, I don't know how long you've been here, but if you look at a lot of men in the West, man, they're groveling. They're basically, on their knees. I mean, the average woman in the West can't really interact with a masculine man. A lot of times that masculinity here is dead. So they think
Mm,
probably when you went back to the Middle East, they were expecting you to be, you know, the type that would be the man on his knees. You know what I mean? So it
wow.
happens. I
They
don't
have,
know your
but,
thoughts on that.
but they have but they're in that country. Why do they have expectations? Damn.
well, because um, they know they can tell from your voice, or they could probably tell that you're from the United States. Well, you lived in the United States, so when it comes to the United States, they see you as having resources. So they see you as a cash cow, or they see you as having resources. I know a little bit more about, I would say, the like Mexico. They call them like gringos and stuff like that, and they
Mm,
kind of have a little bit of disdain. So that can be probably similar. Now I know one thing. Maybe a lot of the women from your
mm,
country, maybe a lot of them, maybe a lot of them are kind of like, what would I say, wearing a mask. Maybe a lot of them are wearing a mask. Maybe you are exposing them. There's a guy named Alpha Male Lifestyle out
yeah, I know him.
on YouTube.
Yeah, I know.
Oh, you
Yeah.
know him?
Yeah.
Yeah, he's funny. He's got this saying. He called them ho jabbies and stuff like that. That means that they're supposed to be yeah, they wear the hijab, and they're supposed to be Muslim women, but
Mm,
they're actually fucking, and they get the hymen surgery. So maybe a
mm,
lot of these women aren't so-called, maybe they aren't righteous women, and maybe you are able
mm,
to see through the facade. But I would say this: the best thing to do if you're going to
yeah.
Geomax is to go to a country that's not like you.
Mm,
You know what I mean? Like,
yeah.
if you, for example, if you were to go to another country, if you were to go to like,
Latin America.
if you were to go to yeah, Latin America, that's perfect. If you were to go to Colombia, you'll get a whole different reception from the women there. But it's like when you go to a place where people look like you, for some weird reason, you just don't get the reception
Mm,
that you expect to get. That's why a lot of white guys, a lot of them go to
mm,
Southeast Asia. They don't go
mm,
to some of them go to Eastern Europe, but
mm.
not many of them. So keep that in mind.
Just one more thing is, but even like in Latin America, right? If I start speaking English with them and if I don't know Spanish, like I feel like they're gonna like when they get comfortable, they're just gonna start being rude, just like in other countries. Any advice on that, please?
Sure. Well, I
Oh,
mean, it's about. Go on, Spec. My bad.
oh no, you
Go
good.
on.
I was gonna say on that, when it comes to speaking another language, for, you're always gonna probably have some type of culture barrier with them, and that's
Yeah.
something that you have to be. That's something you have to be. You have to be okay with. There's always gonna be some type of barrier culture wise, and you could just be interpreting it as disrespect, but you probably, if you're gonna get in something serious with a woman that's
Mm-hmm.
geomax for a woman, you're gonna want to know some of the language, or you're gonna want to slowly get to pick up some of the language, just so you don't get
Mm-hmm.
so you, I would say, so you don't have it where you don't understand. You want to understand her culture. You want to understand her language as well. And the reason why is so that you don't get deceived, because deception. I mean, shit, a woman is gonna be a woman, even if she's in another country.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
I
I
let
mean,
hope.
well, what he's saying is, to me, the problem with a lot of men when they travel overseas is you don't have enough social skills in the West. So a lot of the women you go overseas, they gonna feel now you're even more uncomfortable. You don't speak the language and you don't know how to socialize. So, it's
Mm-hmm.
a double negative, you know what I mean? And you might have some culture shock, you know. So to me,
Mm-hmm.
man, and another thing is you shouldn't be, this is what the West does to men. This is where the poison of the West comes is that if you go
Mm-hmm.
to interact with women, man, you're not going there to care about what they think about you. You're going there to see if they're gonna follow your lead. You know what I mean?
Mm-hmm.
And this is what the West does. A lot in the West are all about compromising. Like I was talking to a guy, and I was even talking to some, some black men here and there, and I told them a lot of black women don't really get along with the black men in America because the black men are trying to connect with them on an emotional level. So you're bringing in estrogen with estrogen, and what it does is it cancels each other out. Versus, I'm a man, I'm not gonna be crying with you. I'm not here to talk to you about your girlfriend. I'm a man.
Mm-hmm.
You know what I'm saying? Talk to your girlfriends about what you want to talk about. I'm just here to
Mm-hmm.
hug you, probably chill, and, embrace you, and that's it. I'm not here to talk or be your female friend. Like the biggest case of the West is a lot of these men trying to be, that's my best friend. My wife is my best friend. How? How can any woman be any man's best friend when your purpose of meeting her was sexual? You know what I'm saying? Like me and Spec, we talk here, we good friends here and there, but that's friendship. There's no sexual involvement. You can never be someone's best friend when sex was involved, because once you cut out the sex, then why am I here? You know what I'm saying? That's the problem with a lot of westernized men, where they're putting on this false narrative that this woman in my life is my best friend. How? How is she your best friend when your whole relationship was built on you getting sexual access? So to me, man, I think what you got to do, Elias, if I'm saying the name correctly, is you
Yeah.
got to first, while you here, is man, you got to maximize your social skills. That might be involving doing some what they call it, volunteer work, and it might
Mm-hmm.
also involve, one thing I'd say, man, improv. One great way to help you socially and your confidence is improv class, improvisation courses. They'll help you open up, because a lot of guys, man, they just take their lack of social skills back overseas, and then those women overseas, they got an image of American. You're confident and blah blah blah. Then you bring this, level of, lack of social skills over there, and you become prey. Because you're weaker than the men over there. The men over there, they just walk around. They don't care. They get what they want and they keep it moving. But the American
Mm-hmm.
man is, you got to be best friends, and how I want to bond with you. I want to read the same diaries and books as you. You know what I'm saying? The American man is just soft, man. You know what I'm saying? And you bring that soft over there, you become prey. You know,
Yeah.
can't blame
Yeah.
them.
Hey, also another thing you kind of have to think about is this: the internet is becoming so prevalent, and the Western way of life is becoming so prevalent as well. So if you, I think we all have to evaluate really what we want. Like if you want, if you want to get a wife and you want to get a wife by Geomax, and I agree with what Hold the Truth Hostage was saying. You do want to get your social. You do want to become more social. You do want to do your research on wherever you end up going to, and that you
Mm.
have expectations. I say reasonable expectations as well. So those are things that you want to keep in mind. But you got to strike, within the next decade or so, because after that, then the internet is gonna have everybody dotting it up. I
Mm.
mean, they're gonna be dotted up everywhere. So you got to keep that in mind. So some guys, just be honest with yourself. For me, I'm gonna keep it 1,000. Um, I'm I'm not. Would I like to find a wife? I mean, that'd be great. But if I don't, it's okay. Um, I'll just be I'll be exploring. I'll be just deep sea diving. That's what I'm gonna say. I'll just be deep sea diving around around the world. I'll do
Mermaid.
that.
Yeah.
Well, guys, man, I gotta shut it down. Any last words? I'll start with you, Elias. Any last words?
Yeah. So it said you guys are titled it Black Pill. So you guys don't believe in marriage, is that right?
Well, I mean, the thing is this, man. I believe in marriage, but I don't believe marriage in the West. You know, the
Mm.
problem here, and the black pill is this. This is how simple, and the black pill is a way a
Sure.
man could think. You know what I mean? The black pill is being honest without attachments and emotion. I believe, I believe in marriage. I just don't see with the way the law works in the West, it won't work because a man in the West in America gets married and he can't tell his children the truth. I mean, how can you look at your kid in the eye and say, Mommy and Daddy will be together for you, forever? And then 2 years later, divorce happens. The country
Mm.
has basically weaponized women's emotions against them. Like a lot of women will just get divorced because they feel some type of way. Even though you got a man who's healthy, who's positive, you'll hear all these feelings, love, and love is to me that's a poison. Love in America is worthless. Does love provide food? Does love protect you? Does love pay the bills? We're in a country where it tells women you have to invest in your emotions above everything. Because the most dangerous thing to these consumer companies is a logical woman. Because when a woman stays married to a man, she spends less. She starts saying, you know what? I don't need this new dress. I don't need all this makeup. I got a husband. Of course I'm gonna look clean and so on for that man, but I don't need to be spending all this money, on looking and investing in these materialistic things. She has a family now, and she's got to save money for that kid's future, her future retirement. You know what I'm saying? You don't have that in the West. The West, they've made it with alimony, no fault, or I call it his fault divorce, that as soon as a woman divorces, it's all about the man. And what that does is it destroys that family structure and especially the money for the kid. A lot of women think divorce is helping them both out. No, it's destroying that kid and your future because now you got to divide money. The government gets a cut of that. And the money
Mm.
that would have to help out that kid is now divided. So now the resources are divided. She probably got the house but with no husband. And now when she sleeps and a lot of men don't think about the psychological damage. A woman is sleeping in the house. She
Mm.
can't protect herself from a man breaking in, and she can't
Mm.
protect the kids. both sleeping in fear. And what's happening in the West is that, we the black pilled men are just looking at the law and saying, man, that woman's not marrying me for me. She's marrying me under the eye and court of this system. I mean, like I said, what's coming up, and I'd say next 5 to 10 years, a lot of women gonna have to make a choice. Because if you want to keep your family, you can't marry in America anymore. You can't marry in Canada. You can't marry in Australia because this is the country that's telling you, oh, you married your high school sweetheart. Aren't you aren't you feeling that you're missing out? You're missing out on all these other men you didn't get to sleep with. Oh, the man's so boring. This whole system's about destroying stability, man. The most danger. In all honesty, I'm gonna tell you something. Spec might have heard me say this. I think the most dangerous thing to a woman in the West, marriages become dangerous for women because she gets married and has all the power. Now she could gain weight. She could become overweight. She could become dangerously unhealthy because that man is scared the divorce that could happen. He can't speak up. Like if you look at photos of women back in the 50s and 50s and early 60s, that woman would have a baby and still be healthy because the man in her life would tell her, yeah, baby, you're not looking so good. You're gaining too much weight. Or she would stay in shape for her man. She would understand that I have to give that man in my life the best version of himself. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
It's an honor. You don't have that in the West, man. The West, dude, I've seen it. A woman gets married and literally 2, 3 months pass and she's now overweight. You know what I'm saying? Because she now is all the authority. And now she's married, her emotions are different. She might have been older. Everything's that the man used to keep in check. Like a woman, when she was in her 30s, it didn't affect her. The younger women didn't affect her because she was living for that man in her life. And she knew as long as she was healthy for that man, in shape, them younger women, it wasn't a threat, it wasn't a problem. But now, you know what I'm saying? She's got all the power, and all it does is that jealousy and that envy is what's fueling her, and all that emotion is destroying the relationship, man. It's become very dangerous in my eyes for a woman to even get married in the West because once she gets married, you know what I mean? All that power comes to her, and that man has no more say. You know what I mean? And she can't stay healthy. But what were you gonna say?
Mm.
Yeah. So
Um,
any
I think it's not that I'm against it. I'm not. I won't say that I'm against marriage. I'm against state sanctioned marriage in the West. That's what I'm against. So I just want to elaborate on. I mean, I just want to be thorough on that because I want to be responsible with the words that I use. I'm not against it, especially if you can, go to a place where, you have an understanding with that woman, and between you and her, y'all have an agreement. That could be a marriage as well. It doesn't have to be state sponsored with the government and stuff like that. But here in the West, the biggest issue to me is the laws as well as the whole social climate that basically promotes, um, it basically promotes promiscuous behavior and stuff like that. So
Uh, one more question. What about a situation where the woman you're dating, right? She has a lot of siblings that are brothers, and women nowadays they like flexing their because like some of these countries they have many brothers, and you'd be like shocked. What if they do that? You have a child with this woman, you don't get married to her, and then she starts flexing her power using her brotherly multiple brothers to scare you and pressure you into becoming submissive. What would that situation? Would
that's
you
deep.
yeah.
That's deep. Well, that's a situation, man, you gotta get away from because she's trying to basically bypass your authority with her brothers. You know what I'm saying? And the
Mhm.
other thing understand, and this happens in the West, where I've spoken to some of my homies where they're like, yo, I'm marrying her. Her family loves me and all that. But here's the thing, the family won't be there during a divorce. That family doesn't lose anything. I would say what's going on with you, and I live by a rule. I call it the one strike rule. You gotta look at disrespect, and as a man, you gotta take that as a point of escalation. If she looks like she's threatening to sick her brothers on you, you gotta leave her. You gotta let her know that I don't appreciate this. You're trying to use your brothers to disrespect me, and you just leave, man. Oh, the West tells men to work it out. The West is all about creating opportunities for things to get worse. Yo, me and my wife is arguing and fighting. Me and my girls fighting and arguing every day. Well, try to work it out. No, man, you accept it. We're two adults. It ain't working. I'm out. You know what I'm saying? There's over 350 million people in this country. I guess I'm not the, but I would say with that situation, you just gotta leave her alone, man. You know, but we're gonna get to the last statements. Any closing statements, Spec?
Oh yeah, I just want to quickly answer this question as well before the closing statements. I would say it all depends. I mean, if she has a father and she respects her father, then I would say maybe you could take you can probably keep that relationship going. If she doesn't have a father and she's using the brothers as pit bulls on you and she's a German Shepherd, run from that relationship. But yeah, my closing statements was thank you, Ho, for having me. Thank you for letting me express my opinions on this situation. When it comes to Roe versus Wade, we'll see what the ramifications will end up being in the long run. I know a lot of people say that um, it's due to the birth rates and the United States having birth rates in the shitters, and they want to increase the birth rates. That could be plausible. Um, also, I made an assertion today that it could be about bodily autonomy as well. So that's something to keep in mind. So we'll see if they float something else in regards to bodily autonomy. If they do, then we see. But I would say that as far as the birth rate, this isn't going to really increase the birth rate because most of those women they're just going to go to liberal cities. So that is they can go to liberal cities or they could have their corporations basically pay for them to go have that procedure. So keep that in mind. Um, we'll see though, man. I am interested in seeing the future. I don't see it getting any better. The gender relations are so bad here. If they really wanted to increase the birth rates, what they would do is they would get no fault divorce and they would eliminate no fault divorce. Um, and they would have programs for men where men could talk to other men and kind of walk them through the passage of manhood and stuff like that. And also, this is going to sound counteractive, but they would legalize prostitution. If they did all of those things, there would be a lot less crime. Guys would be fucking again. The testosterone would all of a sudden just boost up. I know I've been hearing about testosterone levels being low. That's because motherfuckers ain't able to fuck at all. They ain't able to smash. They aren't able to be men. You can't have this conversation. If I had this conversation with you, Hold and Elliot, trust me, I would be censored or be called
Yeah.
toxic. Uh,
Oh, honey, I mean,
that's what we had. Like I said, thank y'all for the opportunity, and thank you for listening. Um,
Yeah.
thank you also for making comments. Everybody that made comments.
Yeah,
oh,
thanks guys for letting me on. You guys are the best. Um, I can see Kevin Samuels from you guys. You guys are really thorough. It's good stuff.
uh, well, you know what I mean. I'll say this, man. Closing thing is, if they were to, and here's the thing, it would only take, I'd say, 2 to 3 years. If they were to abolish the family court to be actually for families, if they were to actually promote where the government would give money to men and women with families, because that's how you knew the whole system was about destroying the family. Is that if a family's in hard times, like a wife and a husband, or a boyfriend and a girlfriend that got a kid, why wouldn't you want to help keep that family together? Why would there even be an option where the government would say, well, if you remove the father, we're gonna help you out? How is this beneficial to the country that you're promoting broken families? It's something that gets help instead of families together. I would say, man, if and we all know it won't happen. This is why, the black pill, man, I'm not attached to dreams, but I'm telling you, if the government was in just 1 year said we're fixing a no fault situation. If y'all get divorced, y'all both paying. You know what I'm saying? Y'all both be ready to pay, and we gonna do the adjustments. Child support, same thing. The men would correct this country in 2 years. Crime would decrease. If it was legal to be a man again, crime would decrease by over 80% in less than 2 years. Because every man would know, yeah, the father's back, man. The father's seeing his kids. Now every other man knows, if you touch my kids or if you shoot around the neighborhood, I'm gonna take you out. The danger of a man is that when you have men around, other men know, yo, don't disrespect that man's family. There's a reason why you see the Italians, and one thing that you see on a lot of Italian movies is anybody disrespect that man's family, it's done for you. You know what I'm saying? And here's the thing, the cops, you would have less cops, because when fathers are around, crime automatically decreases, because every man is worried about the other man. When you don't have fathers around, it just becomes a free for all. We could do whatever the hell we want. That's why gang violence is up. The danger is crazy in certain neighborhoods. I mean, you look up Chicago. If you want to really look up what happens when you don't have fathers around and how dangerous it becomes, look up Chicago, look up certain spots in Jersey like Camden, you look up certain neighborhoods. Any neighborhood where there's a high rate of no fathers, crime just explodes. You know what I mean? So if the government was to really care, and they don't, the truth is they don't. You know what I mean? I think the whole Roe v. Wade thing is they're gonna make more money off day after pills. They're gonna make more money off of birth control, and they're gonna increase the prison population. America's about increasing the prison population. A lot of people don't even know, like, your supermarkets, some of those apples were picked by guys in jail. You know what I mean? But other than that, I want to thank everybody for being on here.
Sorry,
Hmm?
you sparked something. You sparked something in my thought process. During
Oh,
COVID, 2021, they gave out stimulus and they gave out earned income tax credit and child tax credit. Now, child tax credit, they gave it to everybody. They gave it to any woman that had a kid under 18 or under. So they basically gave 2,400 for kids. Well, no, was it 2,400? I think it's 2,400 for kids under 6, 2,000 for kids over from 6 to 18. So that was so that a policy like that basically promotes single motherhood. It doesn't really promote. Now, if they did that same policy and said, "Hey, we'll only give this money to you if there's a family, if there's a woman and a man, and they're either married or they're together." If they did something like that, maybe that policy can assist family formation. If the government wanted to get in, I'm not really with the government getting into anything. I'm more of a libertarian. But what they did during 2021, where they gave out that $1,400 stimulus plus, oh, it's 3,600. Sorry, I don't know why the hell I said 2,400. 3,600 for kids under 6, from 6 to 18, $3,000 per child. So um, you see policies like that encourage single motherhood and that type of behavior. But if they made those policies strictly geared toward people that had family structure, then we'll get better results. But that's all I had to say. My bad. I had to say
Oh
that.
no, you good. You good. I mean, to close it out, that lady who said we're phobic. I'm gonna tell you something, man. It's crazy how you could be what they call it when you're scared of spiders. You know what I mean? Well, what they call that phobia? Arachnophobia. You could be scared of spiders, you could have a snake phobia, but you can't be phobic to anything that could vote for the government. You know what I'm saying? So that whole thing, and here's the thing, if you're phobic, it's perfectly fine. As long as you're not harming anybody. There are some people that just don't like other races of people. You know what I'm saying? If some people don't like other people because of their religion, you're free to not like people, man. The problem is this push that you're not American if you don't like everything. You know what I'm saying? That's against freedom of speech and your freedom of choice, man. You're free to not like anybody. If Ellis told me, man, I just don't like I don't like spiritual people. Something about them I think they're coming for me. And I'm like, yo, I respect that. That's your choice, man. To me, I just think they're spiritual, whatever. You know, you're free to not like or like whatever the hell you want, man. That's the true meaning of freedom. You're just not free to harm anyone you don't like. You know what I'm saying? So but other than that, I want to thank everybody. Thank Truthfully Speaking, the Bunny, everybody was messaged, and we gonna do more of these. But other than that, y'all have a good one. Y'all have a safe one. Thank you, Spec. Thank you, Elias, and thank you, JP, for showing up. Y'all have a good one. Peace.
Pill ill, y'all niggas better listen. I'm black 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 pill, I'm ill with this will. 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 They said the truth won't survive beside the lies that maintain the decaying faces of this place.